Footnotes 1. The most thorough treatments of the combined legal and economic implications of industrial competition are those of C. Kaysen and D. Turner. Antitrust Policy, An Economic and Legal Analysis 2d ed. 1965, F. Schurer, Industrial Market Structure and Economic Performance, 1970, and J. Blair, Economic Concentration, Structure, Behavior, and Public Policy, 1972. That competition is the fundamental premise of our free enterprise economy was proclaimed early by the Supreme Court in Standard Oil Co. v. United States, 221 U.S. 1, 52, 1911, and more recently in Northern Pacific v. United States, 356 U.S. 1, 4-5, 1958, the unrestrained interaction of competitive forces will yield the best allocation of our economic resources, the lowest prices, the highest quality and the greatest material progress. 2. For a lucid analysis of the structure. Conduct performance analysis, see Archives. American Industry, Structure, Conduct, Performance, 2d ed., 1967. A more exhaustive description of this analytic framework is provided in J. Bain. Industrial Organization, 2d ed. 1968, especially Chapter 1. For an application of this analysis to particular industries, see, example W. Shepard, Market Power and Economic Welfare, Computers and Automobiles, 1970, Snell, The Automobile Oligopoly, Annual Style Change as an Unfair Method of Competition, 4 ed. Law and Econ. Revelation 67, Fall 1970, and 4 ed. Law and Econ. Revelation 55, Automobiles, Winter 1970-71, and P. Costello, The Tetracycline Conspiracy, Structure, Conduct and Performance in the Drug Industry, 1 ed. Law and Econ. Revelation 13, Drugs, Summer 1968. 3. The competitive significance of market concentration is said to lie in the fact that, as the number of firms decreases and the percentage of total industry sales held by each increases, the probability of their recognizing their mutual interdependence, that is, starting to price like collective monopolists rather than independent competitors, begins to increase significantly beyond a critical point. C. Mueller, The New Antitrust, A Structural Approach, 2 ed. Law and Econ. Rev. 87, Winter 1967. Moreover, vertical integration and barriers to entry can affect market concentration. By foreclosing supplies or services to non-integrated firms, vertical integration can artificially increase minimum optimal plant scales and thereby heighten concentration. Scherer, Supernote 1, at 85-87. Likewise, barriers to entry preserve market concentration by precluding the arrival of newcomers. The seminal work on entry barriers is that of J. Bain, Barriers to New Competition, 1956, hereinafter cited as barriers. Multinationalization may adversely affect the economic and political policies of a home country. By locating plants and transferring technology abroad, for example, multinational corporations may reduce domestic employment, contribute to balance of payments deficits, and undermine government foreign policy. See, e.g., U.S. Senate Committee on Finance, 93 DCONC, First Sess, Report on Implications of Multinational Firms for World Trade and Investment and for U.S. Trade and Labor, Com. Print 1973, United Nations. Multinational Corporations in World Development, 1973. 4. As distinguished from structure and performance, conduct refers to actions taken by an individual firm to maximize its earnings. It involves two dimensions: 1. Whether price, product, or technological decisions are made independently or collusively, collusion in the economic sense, thereby including interdependent oligopoly behavior as well as conspiratorial agreement, and 2. The intent, example predation or effect, heightened interfirm rivalry or exclusion of competitors. Mueller. Supernote 3, at 90. 5. Performance refers to the appraisal of how much the economic results of an industry's conduct deviate from the best possible contribution it can make to achieving the general goals of a free market economic system, particularly efficiency in production and distribution, progressiveness in the development and application of technological innovation, and a favorable balance of international trade. See Caves, Supernote 2, at 96 to 115, and OECD, Technological Progress, Integration, International Competitiveness and Size, Working Paper Number 9 of the Committee of Experts on Restrictive Business Practices 24 to 41, January 1972. An industry's performance should also be evaluated with respect to whether it provides an environment conducive to our democratic political and social institutions. Northern Pacific Review United States, 336 U.S. 1, 4-5, 1958, and Shepard, Supernote 2, at 222. O. C. Mueller, Supernote 3, at 91. An industry which does not have a competitive structure will not have competitive behavior. United States v. DuPont, Cellophane, 351 U.S. 377. 426, 1956, Opinion of Chief Justice Earl Warren. C. E.G. Erickson, The Economics of Price Fixing, 2 ed. Law and Econ. Revelation 94. Spring 1969, Mueller, Supernote 3, at 90 to 91, Weiss, Average Concentration Ratios. And Industrial Performance, J. of Industry Econ. July 1963, Collins and Preston. Concentration and Price Margins in Food Manufacturing Industries, J. of Indus. Econ. 226, July 1966, Stigler, A Theory of Oligopoly, 72 JPOL Econ. 44, 1964, Man. Seller Concentration. Barriers to Entry, and Rates of Return in 30 Industries. 1950 to 1960, Revelation of Econ. And STAT 296 to 307, August 1966, and W. Mueller, Monopoly and the Inflation Unemployment Problem, 5 ended. Law and Econ. Revelation 15, Summer 1972. See generally. 78. Mockloop, Oligopoly and the Free Society, 1 ended. Law and Econ. Revelation 11, July, August 1967, Blair, Supernote 1, Scurer, Supernote 1, and Shepard, Supernote 2. A voluminous compilation of economic studies concerning the effect of high industry concentration on market competition and performance is contained in Hearings on Economic Concentration before the Subcom. On Antitrust and Monopoly of the Senate Com. On the Judiciary, 89th CONG, 1st Sess. 1965, hereinafter cited as 1965 hearings. 8 Cason and Turner, Supernote 1, at 266 to 72, Blair, Supernote 1, at 7, 12. See also C. Mueller, Supernote 3, at 116 to 117. Other economists set the critical four-firm concentration ratio for dissolution purposes at 70%. Report of the White House Task Force on Antitrust Policy 12-15, released May 21, 1969, hereinafter cited as the Neal Report. Galbraith refers to this form of price and output behavior as oligopolistic rationality. Hearing on Planning, Regulation, and Competition in the New Industrial State, before Subcom. Of the Select COMM on Small Business, U.S. Senate, 90th CONG 1st Sess. 8, 1967. In ruling on mergers, the Supreme Court has acknowledged the problem of mutual interdependence in highly concentrated industries. It has noted that as industries become more highly oligopolistic ****, the greater is the likelihood that parallel policies of mutual advantage, not competition, will emerge. United States v. Aluminum Co. of America, 377 U.S. 271, 280, 1964. 10 Kaysen and Turner, Supernote 1 at 105, Mueller, Supernote 3 at 114-16. Dominant firms in stable, asymmetrical oligopolies now carry a presumption of technical inferiority. Shepard, Supra, Note 2, at 247. With regard to the depressive effect of high concentration on international competitiveness, see the Neal Report, Supernote 8 at 5. 11 Mreller, Supernote 3 at 115. 12 C. Blair, Supernote 1, at 25-40. See also, Schurer, Supernote 2 at 69-70, 85-88, R. E-source allocation in a market framework is normally guided and directed by the price mechanism, but within the firm the job is done by the conscious decisions and commands of management. And Caves, Supra, Note 2, at 51-52. Is Schurer, Supernote 2, at 69-70. 14 ID. See also Caves, Supernote 2, at 50-52. 14 Vertical integration has been defined as the preemption of the price system by the firm. R. Crandall, Vertical integration in the U.S. automobile industry 9-10, 69, microfilm doctoral dissertation, 1968. Vertical integration, however, may result in inflated costs absent the discipline of the price mechanism. In Coase's word, *****, the costs of organizing certain transactions within the firm may be greater than carrying out the same transactions in the open market. Coase, The Nature of the Firm, in Stigler. Ed. Readings in Price Theory 336, 1952. The tendency of vertical integration to inflate costs has been well documented. High Blair. Supernote 1, at 34-39. This cost inflation factor has been recognized in the literature for many years, c.e.g. J. M. Clark, The Economics of Overhead Costs 136-140, 1923, J. Robinson, The Economics of Imperfect Competition 339-340, 1933. Oxenfeld attributes this otherwise irrational practice to very strong pressures, which, in most business firms, are reinforced by tradition, folklore, and prejudices. 1965 Hearings, Supernote 7, at 1584-88. Dixon suggests that failure to include a proper allowance for overhead costs has given many manufacturers the mistaken impression that it is cheaper to make in-house than to buy from independent suppliers. ID. At 1671-77. In this regard, see Statement of Porsche Executive at text accompanying Note 431 Infra. 18, L. Large firms in a highly concentrated industry have a strong vested interest in existing technology and therefore act as a brake rather than an accelerator to technology. Cal Progress. An essential reason for this is that the existing equipment is obsolete by changeovers to new production methods. 0.E.C.D, Supernote 5, at 21. Likewise, a prominent economist has written, the big firms in oligopoly industries devote a great deal of effort to suppressing new innovations that would require them to write off as losses their hairy investments in plants rendered obsolete. High the inventions and innovations developed by the medium and smaller sized firms in their industries. Emphasis in original, see Voeller, Wrapping the System, Reform or Revolution, 3 Ented. Law and Econ. Revelation 15. 39, Summer 1.970. For some specific examples of suppression high concentrated industries, see Blair, Supernote 1, at 229 to 236. C. Caves, Supernote 2, at 22 to 28. Established firms in persistently concentrated industries have accomplished this by erecting obstacles that impose on newcomers higher costs per unit than those encountered by firms already in industry. Mueller, Supernote, at 89.7. 18. Thus, it has been suggested that where an industry's concentration ratio has been at 70% or more for 7 of the past 10 years, substantial barriers can be presumed. The Neal Report, Supernote 8 at 5 to 7, 15. 19. See generally barriers, Supernote 3. In his extensive survey of 20 American industries, Professor Bain found that entry was extremely unlikely where extensive vertical integration had increased minimum optimal scales appreciably, 1.e to 5% or more of national sales volume. ID. At 81. Tremendous promotional expenditures which compel newcomers to outstand established firms by an additional 5% or more of unit retail price in countervailing promotion represented a further impediment to new competition. At 127. Moreover, when the initial capital required for entry into an industry at an efficient level of production and distribution exceeded $100 million, entry was highly improbable. ID at 158. 20. Mueller, Supernote 3, at 124. See barriers, Supernote 3 at 170. 2. See testimony of Woodcock, in hearings before the Subcom on International Trade of the Senate Com. on Finance, Multinational Corporations, 93rd CONG First Session, 1973, at 281. Hereinafter cited as 1973 hearings. 22. C. E.g., R. Barber. The American Corporation, ch. 17 to 18, 1970. 23. See generally. AFI, CIO Study on Multinationals, reprinted in 1973 hearings, Supernote 21, at 450 to 454. 24. See example Kaysen and Turner, Supra. Note 1, at 266 to 272, Blair. Supernote 1, at 614 820, C. Mueller, Supernote 16, at 25 to 28, S. Smith, Antitrust and Monopoly Problem. 2. Ended. Law and Econ. Rare. 19, 20 to 21, Summer 1969. With respect to the Aristitur NF foreign subsidiaries, see testimony of Woodcock in 1973 hearings, Supernote 21. At 283 to 284. 79. 2. This issue is often posed generally in terms of substitute products and cross-elasticity of demand. See Schurer, Supernote 1, at 213 to 16, United States v. DuPont de Nemours & Co., Cellophane, 351 U.S. 377, 393, 1956. The pioneering work in this area is that of E. Chamberlain, The Theory of Monopolistic Competition 67, 82 to 83, 1947. With respect to beer can/beer bottle competition, see, example Beer into Cans, Fortune, January 1936, at 75 to 84, and text accompanying notes 33 to 39, Infra. 24. These and other examples of inter-industry competition may be found in Schurer. Supernote 1, at 214. 27. General Motors, The Automobile Industry, A Case Study of Competition, 27, October 18, 1968. Plenty of evidence of the competitive impact of automobiles on other industries is to be found in the competition of passenger cars and buses with railway passenger service and municipal streetcar systems, and in the battle of truck against rail transportation of freight. S. Whitney, Antitrust Policies 515, 1958. 28. The competitive significance of multi-industry firms has received a great deal of attention in the literature on conglomerate concentration. See, e.g., Blair, Supernote 1, at 41-59, and 1965 hearings, Supernote 7, particularly Part 1. The instant memorandum, however, represents the first known application of the structure-conduct-performance analytic model to a multi-industry group. See, however, the discussion of concentration within industry groups in Blair, Supra, Note 1, at 12-18. 29. Generally, diversification implies the movement by firms into new and different product lines. Schurer, Supernote 1, at 67-69. Inter-industry diversification is used here to describe the movement by firms into competing products which are produced by different industries and which are used for similar purposes. See also Emgord, Diversification and Integration in American Industry, 8-9, 1962. 29. Asymmetry has been used to describe the extent to which leading firms in a concentrated industry are larger and more powerful than rival firms. Shepard, Supra, Note 2, at 40, 120-122. Here the term is employed to denote an imbalance in the economic resources available to competing industries for anti-competitive political activities, particularly lobbying. 31. The tendency for diversification, structure, to generate the economic suppression of rivals, conduct, and in turn the elimination of competing alternatives, performance, is explored, for example, in a recent essay on diversification and intermodal ownership by surface transportation companies. D. Pegram, Restructuring the Transport System, 74-77, in E. Williams, Jr., The Future of American Transportation, 1971. See also, Text AC accompanying notes 40-43 infra. 32. See generally, Caves, Supernote 2, 96-115, Shepard, Supernote 2, 181-222. 33. United States v. Continental Can, 378 U.S. 441, 1964. 31. The government's contention in the U.S. District Court is reported at 217 F. Sup. 761, 7 S.J., 1963. 35. See Beer into Cans, Fortune, January 1936, 75-84. 36. ID. At 75. 37. CEG, text accompanying note 25. Supra. Glass containers have distinct physical characteristics. Unlike many cans, they can be easily resealed after they have been opened. And they are suitable for reuse by bottlers and are returned by consumers to the bottler for such reuse. 217 F. Sup. 761, 772, 1963. 38. 378 U.S. 441, 463, 1964. 39. ID at 46, 1964. 4. For an excellent discussion of these intermodal ownership provisions, C. P. Laughlin, Economics of Transportation S. 60, 868, 7th ed. 1972. 41. Rock Island Transit Colorado Purchase White Line Motor Freight Co., Inc., 10 MCC 437. 161, 1946. 42. Laughlin, Supernote 40 at 862. 43. Lake Line Applications under the Panama Canal Act, 33 ICC 700, 1915, Laughlin. Supernote 40 at 863. 4. For a discussion of this metaphor, C. M. Mintz and J. Cohen, America Incorporated, 2, 1971. The translation of concentrated economic power into political influence is brilliantly described in R. Engler, The Politics of Oil, A Study of Private Power and Democratic Institutions, 1961. See also, Hearings before _ the Subcom. On Antitrust and Monopoly of Senate.com. On the Judiciary on the Economic, Social, and Political Effects of Economic Concentration, 92nd CONG2D Session, 1972. The use of concentrated economic power for political objectives has been most recently displayed in ITT's attempts during 1970 to 1971 to overthrow the Allende government in Chile. For a detailed account, see Hearings before the Senate Subcommittee on Multinational Corporation of the Committee on Foreign Relations, on the International Telephone and Telegraph Company and Chile, 1970-71, 93rd Congress, First Session. Part 1 and 2, 1973, and A. Sampson. The Sovereign State of ITT, ch. 11, 1973. The resort to political warfare as a substitute for price and technological competition is evident, for example, in the political efforts of the television broadcasting industry to block the development of cable television. 45. This is an established tenet of modern economics. E.g., price is a parameter to the competitive seller. It is determined by market forces, and not subject to the individual seller's conscious control. Schurer, Supernote 1, at 9. 46. The exercise of overwhelming influence upon a legislature or government official to induce a government-created restraint of trade might effectively vitiate the impact of competing lobbies and thereby distort the operation of the political process. Note, application of the Sherman Act to attempts to influence government action. 81. Harv. L. Revelation 847, 857, 1968. 47. In this regard, consult Engler, Supernote 44. 48. The American automobile industry is the most prominent tight oligopoly in the United States, probably in the world, and its behavior fits many of the predictions for such an asymmetrical tight oligopoly. Shepard, Supernote 2, at 232. See also, Bain, Supernote 2, at 137-38, 285-287, 346-347. 19. Automotive News, 1973 Almanac issue, at _48. The market shares by producers for 1972 were as follows: General Motors 54.1%, Ford 27.2%, Chrysler 15.48%, Amer-Icon Motors 3.16%. Although generally considered a producer of taxicabs rather than private passenger cars, Checker Motors accounted for the 0.06% remainder of 1972 domestic production. 50. See Note 8. Supra. 80. 51. C. Example Shepard, Supernote 2, at 39-40. 52. L. White, The Automobile Industry Since 1945, 82, 1971, Crandall, Vertical Integration and the Market for Repair Parts in the United States Automobile Industry, 16J Industry Econ. 212, July 1968. For a breakdown of these firms' assembly and parts production facilities, see Figure 1 Infra. 63. C.B. Pashajan, The Distribution of Automobiles, An Economic Analysis of the Franchise System, 122, 1961. Boyle, Restructuring the Automobile Industry, Exclusive Dealing as an Unfair Method of Competition under the FTC Act, 5. Antitrust Law and Economics Review 30, Fall 1971. 64. L. Weiss, Economics and the American Industry, 375, 1966. Bain concludes that obstacles to entry into the industry are insuperable. Industrial Organization, Supernote 2, at 287. Economists Shupak and Carroll describe the wall surrounding the automobile industry as insurmountable and impregnable, respectively. Hearings before Subcom. of the Senate Select COMM on Small Business on Planning, Regulation, and Competition in the American Industry, 90th CONG2D Session 907, 920 N. 6, 1968, hereinafter cited as 1968 hearings. 55 minimum optimal plant scales for a vertically integrated production complex require that, merely to survive, a firm must capture from 4 to 8% or more of total sales. These percentages were derived from Bain's minimum integrated scale economy estimates of 300,000, 600,000 unit production per year, as applied to 1972 industry production of 8.8 million. Industrial Organization, Supernote 2, at 286. Automotive News, 1973 Almanac issue, at 48. For an important observation related to the fact that these estimates assume vertical integration, see Scurer, Supernote 1, at 85 to 86. This integrated scale economy disadvantage was found by Bain to be one of the most formidable of its kind in American industry. See Note 19 Supra. Promotional losses, resulting particularly from price concessions necessary to maintain a solvent national dealer system, would likely average at least 5% of factory price over the first 5 to 10 years. Industrial Organization, Supernote 2, at 285 to 286. This represents the severest of promotional disadvantages revealed in Bain's studies. See Note 19 Supra. The absolute minimum amount of capital required for efficient production and distribution on a fully integrated basis has been estimated at $779 million, or more than 7 times larger than the amount considered by Bain as making entry highly improbable. See Note 19 Supra. Others place the capital requirements for entry at from $1 to $2 billion. See, example Romney's estimate in Senate Subcom. On Antitrust and Monopoly, 85th Con. 2D Session, Report, Study of Administered Prices in the Automobile Industry, 16_N. 28, COMM Print, 1958, hereinafter cited as 1958 Report, Testimony of Arcus Duntov in hearings on the role of giant corporations before the Subcom. On Monopoly of the Senate Select COMM on Small Business, 91 STCONG, First Sess, 406, 1969, hereinafter cited as 1969 hearings. 56 Vatter, The Closure of Entry in the American Automobile Industry, for Oxford Economic Papers 213, 1952. In other words, entry has been limited to the marketing of imported vehicles. As yet, no foreign producer has entered at the production stage. See Volvo's announcement that it will establish an assembly plant at Chesapeake, Virginia. Wall Street Journal, September 14, 1973 at 9:57. During the Nixon administration, the automobile industry has been favored with extensive White House intervention against imported cars. Wall Street auto analyst David Hawley has termed the 1971-72 new economic policy of that administration the Auto Industry Relief Act. More specifically, in August 1971 President Nixon sought and obtained from Congress a 10% surcharge on imports which, he conceded, was primarily designed to aid the auto industry by discouraging imports. Newsweek. December 6, 1971 at 87. A few months later the administration began pressuring the Japanese government to impose voluntary quotas on their export of passenger cars to the United States. Wall Street Journal. October 22, 1971 at 4. 1 year later, Japan imposed export controls on motor vehicles. Wall Street Journal, November 27, 1972 at 5. Largely as a result of these actions, the percentage of the U.S. market captured by imports declined in 1972 for the first time in a decade. Ward's 1973 Automotive Yearbook 31. GM chief executives Gerstenberg and Kohl acknowledged that due to President Weissen's intervention 1972 had broken all sales and profits records, the inroads of foreign manufacturers in the American automobile market have been shirked, and new car and truck sales in 1972 are estimated to be at record levels for both General Motors and the industry. Wall Street Journal, July 31, 1972, at 4:58. See Note 141. Infra. 59. World automobile production amounted to 28 million in 1972. Ward's 1973 Automotive Yearbook at 85. GM, Ford, and Chrysler, and their respective multinational subsidiaries, produced a total of 14 million cars that year. Annual Reports 1972, GM, Ford, Chrysler. The Big Three accounted for 93.13% of Canadian car production. Auto Motive News, 1973 Almanac issue, at 52. In Australia, the Big Three produced 93.49% of all automobiles. Automobile International, the World Automotive Market 1972, at 3. GM and Ford subsidiaries alone account for the largest share of German production, 38.4%, and GM, Opel has captured the largest share of sales, exceeding those of Volkswagen. The London Financial Times, April 26, 1973 at 18. In Britain, the Big Three subsidiaries shared 52.3% of 1972 sales. 60 Annual Reports 1972, GM and Ford. 01 See Note 139. Infra. The accelerated trend to multinational expansion is noted, for example, in GM's annual report for 1972, at 25. 62 Shepherd, Super No. 2, at 234 to 243. 63 Testimony of Thurman Arnold in hearings before the Subcommittee on Antitrust and Monopoly of the Senate Committee on the Judiciary on Automobile Financing, S. 38, 86th Congress, First Session, 1959, at 263. 64 The term administered prices is generally interpreted to mean that leading firms in concentrated industries possess discretion over the prices they will choose. For a detailed exposition of this view, see Means Testimony in hearings before the Senate Subcommittee on Antitrust and Monopoly, Committee on the Judiciary, on Administered Prices, Opening Phase Economists' Views, 77 to 84, 85th Cong First Sess. 1957. Administered prices are particularly prevalent in the automobile industry. Shepherd, Super No. 2, at 237 to 238. General Motors, the effective price leader in the automobile industry, has not always been the first to announce. In seeking to create the impression of an intensely competitive industry, General Motors sometimes considers it expedient for the initial announcement to be made by one of its rivals. Blair, Super No. 1, at 502. If the 81 announcements by Ford or Chrysler fall below or exceed GM's target return formula, GM's subsequent announcement will prompt revisions in the earlier stated prices of Ford and Chrysler. GM reportedly sets prices in order to achieve a target rate of return on investment of roughly 20%. ID. At 471. For a detailed account of price leadership in this industry, see 1958 report, Super Note 55, at 65 to 76. Some economists suggest that the pricing pattern is in fact the result of collusion among the Big Three automobile companies. See, for example, Boyle and Hogarty, Pricing Behavior in the American Automobile Industry, 1957 to 71, unpublished manuscript, 1972. Bulletin United States v. General Motors Corp., ETAL, CR No. 47 to 140, ED Michigan. C. S. Chaley, the summit meetings reported in the Bill of Particulars filed by the government on January 2, 1973, at 133 to 136. For a summary of the 270-page Bill of Particulars, see Wall Street Journal, January 18, 1973, at 464. Federal Trade Commission v. General Motors Corp., unnumbered docket, February 1968. 67c, for example, Industrial Organization, Super No. 2, 240 to 242, 423 to 25, Mueller, Sowers of Monopoly Power, a phenomenon called product differentiation, 2 Antitrust Law and Economic Revision 59, 90 to 91, Summer 1969. Of New York Times, May 14, 1971 at 5J. 69 Ammunition, a monthly bulletin of the UAW, CIO Research and Engineering Department, a motor car named Desire, January 1949, 24 to 30. The Big Three originally planned to build small cars for domestic consumption. Light autos, originally planned for the US, will make their debut abroad. Ford is putting one out in France. Australia's upcoming Holden, the first native-built car, will have many of the features of the cheaper Chevrolet, which was at one time destined for the home market. General Motors Holden is a GM subsidiary. Wall Street Journal, October 7, 1948, at 1:70. The Society of Automotive Engineers conducted a study of car drivers in 16 typical American cities to determine if Americans wanted a small light car. 6 out of 10 responded that they believed the car manufacturers should produce such a vehicle. A.M. Munition, January 1949 at 24:71. Weinberg, U.S. Economic Policies and Labor, a paper prepared for the German-American Forum, 4 May 2, 1972. With respect to the Big Three disregard of import competition, one economist has observed, in view of the greater profitability of the higher price lines, a monopolist would rationally focus its production and sales effort on them, even if it entailed some loss of sales in the lower price lines. This is what the leading firms, and particularly General Motors, have indeed done until the turnabout announced for 1970. In effect, Ford and Chrysler have jointly chosen during much of the 1960s, as they did in the mid-1950s, not to break the shared monopoly ranks through innovation into the low-price markets. Instead, with General Motors, they largely abandoned it to imports. Shepherd, Super No. 2, at 240. 72 Industrial Organization, Super No. 2, at 125. 73 Fortune, September 1973. At 264. 74 As one student of this industry has pointed out, the leading firms took a common attitude discouraging the introduction of safety features for many years. And when compulsory action became likely, in recent years, they attempted to establish a common industry group to develop, impose, and control standards. Shepherd, Super No. 2, at 241 to 242. In 1959, Volvo of Sweden was the first company to install seat belts as standard equipment. By the time the U.S. Congress started hearings on auto safety in 1965, Volvo already offered collapsible steering columns, interior crash padding, burst-proof door latches, and energy-absorbing front and rear humpers. Business Week, September 21, 1968, 140, 142. For a discussion of disc brakes, radial ply tires and other safety features first introduced on foreign automobiles, see testimony of R. Millett in Hearings before the Senate Subcommittee on Antitrust and Monopoly of the Committee on the Judiciary. Automotive Repair Industry, 91st Cong 1st Sess. Part 2 at 862, 196. 75 Between 1900 and 1915 some 100 manufacturers put electric cars on the market. Blair. Supernote 1, at 134. Manufacturers of steam cars were also prevalent at that time. 1969 hearings, Supernote 55, at 34.5-317. 76 FM Jobs of Ann Arbor, Mich., received a U.S. patent for a stratified, charge engine on November 15, 1927. U.S. Patent Office. Patent number 1,649,700, application filed April 28, 1924, 77 testimony of Arcus Duntov in 1969 hearings, Supernote 55 at 401-406, Blair, Supernote 1 at 140-144, Fortune, a car that may reshape the industry's future, July 1972, 74, 76-78. 78 A big manufacturing complex is committed to existing facilities and products * changeovers to new products, which obsolete existing equipment, which is carried on the books at considerable value, is a very major undertaking, and not likely to occur without strong competitive reasons. If you add to this the additional problem of distribution and servicing of a radically new product, the reluctance and resistance against it becomes indeed comprehensible. Testimony of Arcus Duntov in 1965 hearings, Supernote 7. At 2780-2781. This technological inertia on the part of the big three automakers has been recognized by others. Ever since the drive for a non-polluting and safer car began, the great, gleaming laboratories of the big automakers have rolled out a succession of developments, new type engines, and experimental electric cars, all of them seeming to prove only that nothing can soon replace the present, polluting internal combustion engine, which may be just what the companies wanted to prove. Fortune, why the US lags in technology. April 1972, at 149. 79c. Example: the government's civil complaint in 1969 charging the big three with collusive suppression of automotive emission control development. United States v. Auto. Mobile MFRS. A88N, Inc., et al. Decal. January 10, 1969. A criminal complaint proposed by the Department of Justice and based on evidence presented to a federal grand jury which reviewed the alleged conspiracy is reprinted in the Congressional Record for May 18, 1971, at H. 4063, H. 4074. Subsequently, the Department of Justice decided to proceed solely with a civil case, which was ultimately settled in a consent decree entered on October 29, 1969. 80 to date, states and municipalities have sued the automakers for conspiring to retard the development of emission control devices. In Regional District Vehicle Air Pollution Cases, MDL number 31, Central District of California. 82. 81 8-cylinder engines were first introduced in 1914, automatic transmissions in 1939, and power brakes in 1933. 1965 hearings, Supernote 7, at 1123-1124. 82c, highlights of the past 50 years, automotive industries, March 15, 1968, 4FF, 1965 hearings, Supernote 7, at 1123-24. 83 White, Supernote 52, at 212-213. And Finley, Editors Forum, Automotive News, October 27, 1969, at 3:74. 86 C. Shepard, Supernote 2, at 240-243. 88 Mueller, Supernote 3, at 87-92. 87 A confidential study undertaken by the Federal Trade Commission's Bureau of Economics in 1972 estimated that the monopoly overcharge on motor vehicles, Cars and trucks combined, amounted to 9.1% of the total value of shipments, or $2,487 billion in 1971. Multiplying the FTC-adjusted monopoly margin for autos, 9.1%, by the value of automobile shipments in 1972, $22,896,000, yields an estimated monopoly overcharge of $2.1 billion. This figure, when divided by the total number of U.S. passenger cars shipped in 1972, 8,823,938, amounts to more than $230 per car. The FTC estimates of monopoly margin for the motor vehicle industry are reported at 5 Anted. Law and Econ. Revelation 33, Spring 1972. The value and number of 1972 automobile shipments are contained in Automotive News 2, 1973 Almanac issue. According to FTC staff economists, moreover, the estimate grossly understates the real monopoly overcharges *****. The real figures will undoubtedly be some substantial multiple of the ones we have in our report. What we don't know is the size of the multiple. 5 Anted. Law and Econ. Revelation 26, Spring 1972. One student of the industry has estimated that the total wealth impact, i.e. redistribution of income from 9 million auto purchasers to several hundred thousand significant shareholders, may amount to as much as $4 to $8 billion. Shepard, Supernote 2, at 242. 88 FTC studies suggest that consumers pay monopoly overcharges amounting to at least $1.4 billion annually to the automotive parts industry, which is dominated by the Big Three automakers. Hearings before the Special Subcommittee on Small Business and the Robinson-Patman Act, Select Committee on Small Business, U.S. House of Representatives, on Small Business and the Robinson-Patman Act, 91st Cong. 2d Sess. 725 to 727, 1970. That dealers are effectively leveraged into using their respective manufacturers' replacement parts through implicit threats of retribution, e.g. withdrawal of financing, late delivery of new models, or termination of franchise, has been demonstrated in Crandall, Supernote 15. At ch. 6 as a result, dealers purchase more than 80% of their parts from the Big Three. Id. The Big Three's monopoly or a charge on parts may be computed in a second manner. Currently, these three firms account for roughly 49% of all automotive parts shipments. Crandall, Supernote 52, at 228. The value of 1971 auto parts shipments amounted to $16.3 billion. Bureau of the Census, Annual Survey of Manufacturers, 33, 1971. The Big Three automakers, therefore, accounted for $8 billion worth of parts sales in 1971. Sales by the Big Three of replacement parts are at least twice as profitable as sales of finished motor vehicles. Crandall, Supernote 52, at 226 to 229. A monopoly margin of about 18% would thus seem reasonable in light of the FTC estimates for monopoly profit margins in motor vehicle sales. See Note 87. Supra. By these calculations, the Big Three's monopoly overcharge on $8 billion worth of parts sales could amount to as much as $1.44 billion. 89. The costs of model changes are closely reflected by the Big Three automakers' amortization special tools and equipment. C. Blair, Supernote 1, at 337 to 338, and Testimony of Auto Executives as summarized in 1958 report. Supernote 55, at 121 to 124. In 1972 this figure amounted to $1.53 billion. Annual Reports 1972, General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler. Given domestic sales in 1972 of approximately 9 million units, this would average out to $170 per car. 90. The BLS reported a net performance increase in 1969 automobiles of $1, which included, however, a $4 expenditure to meet higher federal safety standards. Non-mandated performance underscore changes, therefore, amounted to $3. U.S. Department of Labor, Preliminary Report on Prices of Passenger Cars, USDI, 9994, October 7, 1969. BLS performance data, computed for every model year since 1968, moreover, indicated that the 1969 results were not exceptional. The value of non-mandated performance improvements in 1968 through 1972 models averaged $8.25 per automobile each year, or less than 5% of the Big Three's total model change expenditures during that period. See Snell, Supra. Note 2, at 577 N.45, average adjusted for 1972 BLS performance figures. 81. Turner has framed the cost savings loss argument in the following manner: the major producers evolved a policy of annual model charges that, by accelerating the scrapping of expensive machine tools and dies, substantially increased the cost of automobiles. Since all of the major producers pursued this policy, and since the products of small producers were for a variety of reasons unappealing to most consumers, buyers were never given a choice between purchasing the same model as last year's at a lower price and a new model at a higher price. Conglomerate Mergers and Section 7 of the Clarton Act, 78 Harv. L. Revelation 1313. 1335, 1965. 92. These figures were derived as follows: 1972 passenger car consumption at 70 billion gallons, with average MPG of 13.7 for 954 billion miles traveled. Motor Vehicle Manufacturers Association, Motor Truck Facts 1973, at 36. Assuming a national average pre-tax pump price of $0.30 per gallon, this would amount to $21 billion. The average MPG for GM's Vega and Ford's Pinto is 24. EPA, Gas Mileage Guide for Car Buyers, 1973. Thus, 954 BIL, Me. 70 BIL. Gal. Equals 22.3 BIL. Gal. X.30 $6.69 BIL. 24 MPG. 83. Industrial Organization, Super No. 2, at 419,421. Asterisk. The United States faces the prospect of serious petroleum shortages over the next few decades. Office of Emergency Preparedness, The Potential for Energy Conservation 1-2, October 1972. The balance of payments implications of the situation alone are staggering. Assuming the availability of foreign oil supplies, the oil imports projected for 1985 will cost the United States nearly $15 billion. Sansom, The Automobile as a Social Machine, 4, EPA paper delivered at the International Automotive Engineering Congress, January 10, 1973. Motor Vehicle Pollution Damage Estimate reported in W. Owen, The Accessible City 46, 1972. 85 C. E.G. Statement of or in joint bearings before the Senate Committee on Commerce and the Subcommittee on Air and Water Pollution of the Senate Committee on Public Works on the automobile steam engine and other external combustion engines. 3/4. O. 90th CONG, 2nd Sess. 63, 1968, Federal Power Commission, Development of Electrically Powered Vehicles in Joint Bearings before the Senate Committee on Commerce and the Subcommittee on Air and Water Pollution of the Senate Committee on Public Works, on Electric Vehicles and Other Alternatives to the Internal Combustion Engine, 90th CONG, 1st Sess, 29, 1967. A low emission Freon Rankine engine can also be mass-produced for from $20 to $25. Its relative simplicity, only 2 moving parts, would result in low maintenance costs. Minto, in hearing before the panel on Environmental Science and Technology of the Subcommittee on Air and Water Pollution of the Senate Committee on Public Works. 92nd Cong 2nd Sess. 6472, 1972. Testimony of Luntz in 1969 hearings, Super Note 55 at 468-70. 17 Insurance Information Institute, Insurance Facts 1972 edition, at 48. Senator Nelson cites the automobile industry for its failure to use energy-absorbing bumpers and crash bars in their products. 1969 hearings, Super Note 55 at 542. Several years ago the U.S. Steel Corporation developed an automobile body with complete perimeter crash protection including steel roll bars front and rear. NY Times, October 12, 1970, at 37. 18 The Big Three's combined current investments in upstream integration, i.e. engine and body components, probably amount to considerably more than $6 billion. This figure assumes that roughly one-half of the current book value of the Big Three's manufacturing facilities, i.e. real estate, plants, and equipment minus accumulated depreciation and obsolescence, is devoted to engine and body production. See 1965 hearings, Super Note 7, at 18. As of December 31, 1972, the book value of these assets was reported by the companies at $12.4 billion. Annual Reports 1972, General Motors, Ford, Chrysler. Thus, one-half this amount would equal $6.2 billion. Generally, see testimony of Arkus Duntov in 1969 hearings, Super Note 55, at 402-03. More specifically, if the chrome over galvanized steel treatment discussed in the text were utilized, for example, automobiles would physically deteriorate less than half as rapidly. Presumably, industry sales would therefore fall as the demand for replacements declined. The failure of this industry to adopt measures such as these which would improve the durability of its products, coupled with its promotion of psychological deterioration through annual style changes, has led many economists to charge the Big Three with planned obsolescence. See, example Lanzelotti, The Automobile Industry in W. Adams. The Structure of American Industry, 344-45, Dowd in 1969 hearings, Super Note 55 at 524. Moreover, it has been suggested that the Big Three are reluctant to introduce steam or electric vehicles because the number of parts required for these propulsion systems is far less than those needed for conventional gasoline engines. Since these firms derive a substantial amount of profit from aftermarket, i.e., replacement parts, sales, they are unwilling to produce pollution-free vehicles which have a significantly smaller after-market. J. Esposito, Vanishing Air 35, 1970, Arkus Duntov, in 1969 hearings, Super Note 55, at 402-406. The electric car, with its simpler propulsion system would last longer and the replacement market would decrease. Netzschurd, The Economic Impact of Electric Vehicles, Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, May 1970, at 33. There is perhaps another reason for this reluctance. It has been suggested that were the Big Three to produce electric vehicles, for example, industry barriers to entry would decline due to lower production costs and minimum scale economies. Ayres, J. Hearing Steam, Supra. Note 95, at 8. 200 see Note 99 Supra. 101 The combined expenditures for annual restyling by the Big Three during the period 1967 to 71 amounted to $7.1 billion. See annual reports for 1967 to 71, General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler. The combined emission control expenditures by the Big Three during this same period amounted to $832.6 million, or 11.8% of annual restyling expenditures. Environmental Protection Agency staff report derived from Section 3 of Applications for Suspension of 1975 Motor Vehicle Exhaust Environmental Standards by Ford, General Motors, and Chrysler, 1973. 102 Honda Stratified, Charge engine already meets the Clean Air Act's 1975 standard and HID's fair to meet the tough 1976 NOx standard. By the mid-1980s it would add only $7.5 billion a year to the consumer's bill, compared to the dual catalyst's $23.50 bil Lion. National Academy of Sciences, report by the Committee on Motor Vehicle Emissions. Letter of Transmittal, at 4, 1973, see also editorial, Wall St. Journal, May 21, 1973. At 14. The automakers also contend that catalytic introduction will jeopardize business stability, if GM is forced to introduce catalytic converter systems across the board on 1975 models. Ernest S. Starkman, GM Vice President for Environmental Activities, said in May of 1973, the prospect of business catastrophe and massive difficulties with these vehicles in the hands of the public must be faced. Transcript of EPA hearings, Statement for General Motors Corp. by Ernest S. Starkman, March 12, 1973, at p. 29. See also Washington Post editorial Automakers and Business Catastrophes, May 16, 1973, at 103. EPA Internal Memorandum of Stanley M. Greenfield, dated May 9, 1973. 104. Environmental Protection Agency, Automobile Emission Control, The State of the Art, February 1973, at 2-6, Innovative Cars, September 1973, at 2. See also Business Week, February 24, 1973, at 70. 103. See Note 7 Supra. 108. Washington Post, May 16, 1973, at p. A. 18. 107. ID, see also Testimony of Woodcock in 1973 hearings, Supra Note 21, at 281. 108. The U.S. trade deficit amounted to $6.9 billion in 1972. U.S. Department of Commerce, Survey of Current Business, December 1972. In 1972, the Big Three produced 11 million motor vehicles in the United States, with a domestic labor force of 900,000 employees. This represents a productivity ratio of roughly 1 man for each 12 cars produced. Imported motor vehicles amounted to 1.759,000 in 1972. If these cars had been produced here, they would have generated a minimum of 100,000 jobs in motor vehicle production. Alone 11,759,000 divided by 12 equals 146.583. See also Fenster, Detroit Goes Multinational. The Nation 326-329, March 12, 1973. In addition, for every job in the motor vehicle manufacturing industry, more than 16 others are generated in allied industries. Motor Vehicle Manufacturers Association. 1973 Automobile Facts and Figures. 1973, the U.S. balance of payments, current and long-term capital, deficit equaled $9.8 billion in 1972. Imported motor vehicles amounted to $7.9 billion. U.S. Department of Commerce, Survey of Current Business, July 1973, at S. 3, S. 23. 100 Fortune, September 1973, at 264. PA 18. 84. 110. The largest proportion of the automaker's advertising dollar is spent for TV advertising. National Automobile Dealers Association, Franchised new car and truck dealer Fax 17, 1973. Most of this is devoted to the promotion of large cars. From January to June 1972, for example, the Big Three spent $50,278,800 on TV ads. Only $4,960,200, or about 9.9% of this amount, was spent on advertising Big Three compacts, GM, Vega, Ford Pinto, Chrysler, Colt/Cricket. GM allocated a mere 5.2% of its TV auto budget for the Vega. National Advertising Investments, Jan-June 1972. By comparison, from January to June 1973 the Big Three again spent 9.9% of their network TV auto budget on advertising their compact cars, a total of $5,489,000 out of $55,368,700. GM increased its allocation for the Vega from 5.2% to 9.8% of its TV auto budget, while Chrysler's advertising budget for compacts decreased. Because it stopped advertising the Cricket. ID, January, June 1973. IU Washington Post, December 4, 1973 at A6. 112 Automotive News, October 15, 1973 at 3. See also, 1973 Hearings, Supra, Note 21, at 451. 1. This position is less dramatically repeated in General Motors pre-war annual reports. 114 A. Sloan, My Years with General Motors 325 to 327, 1973, Automotive Industries, March 30, 1929, at 510 to 11, 516. 115 GM-operated assembly plants in Berlin, Rüsselsheim, and Brandenburg, Germany. Other installations were located at Aachen, Breslau, Düsseldorf, and Magdeburg, Germany, Vienna, Austria, Antwerp, Belgium, Warsaw, Poland, Riga, Latvia, Shanghai, China, and Osaka, Japan. U.S. Foreign Claims Settlement Commission, in the matter of the claim of General Motors Corporation and General Motors Overseas Corporation, Claim No. W. 10619, Decision No. W. 21487, May 10, 1967. Ford-operated plants, for example. In Cologne, Berlin, Durchschlag. Friedrichstadt and Dumlinghauser. Germany, Antwerp, Belgium, Vienna, Austria, and Budapest, Hungary. U.S. Foreign Claims Settlement. In the matter of the claim of commission, Ford Motor Company, Claim No. W-17536, 1967, United States Strategic Bombing Survey. Ford Plant, Antwerp 4-5, February 1945, U.S. Department of Justice, Economic Warfare Section, Report on Ford Motor, Részvényi Társaság, Hungary 4-6, May 18, 1943. Chrysler-operated facilities in Antwerp, Belgium. Report of the American Consulate General, Antwerp, Belgium to the U.S. Secretary of State. Washington, D.C. entitled Protection of the Interests of the General Motors, Chrysler, and Ford Companies in Antwerp, dated June 5, 1940. 110 for a detailed description of General Motors Nazi warplane production, see U.S. Strategic Bombing Surveyor. Munitions Division, Motor Vehicles and Tanks Plant Report, Atomopol Rüsselsheim, Germany 1-26 and Exhibits D1. E1 through E4, August 18, 1945, confidential, declassified June 22, 1973, hereinafter cited as strategic. Bombing I. By 1943, GM's Rüsselsheim plant was producing 9,030 Ju S8 propulsion systems annually. In. At Exhibit F, 1. Between October 1944 and J of 1945, When Germany surrendered, GM manufactured 954 Me, 262 jets for the Luftwaffe. D. At Ethabit E-4. For an excellent discussion of GM's American warplane production, see Sloan, Supra, Note 114 at 377 to 386. Strategic bombing I and other World War II intelligence reports cited hereinafter have only recently been available to the American public. The general declassification and release of World War II military documents was authorized in 1972 by Executive Order No. 116.2. 117 The investment reported H.R. Ford Dearborn, USA, in Vorarlwerke AG, German. As of 1944, amounted to $9.385,412. Chrysler reported no investments in Germany. By comparison, GV Detroit, USA, reported an investment of $52.002,562 in Atomopol AG, Germany. I.S. Foreign Economic Administration, Business Holdings in Germany of .S. Firms, October 1944. 118 in 1935. GM constructed a major truck facility in Brandenburg, which was 200 miles from the main plant in Rüsselsheim. According to intelligence reports, this was in accord with government efforts to more important truck facilities to the less vulnerable sections of Central Europe in anticipation of war. U.S. Strategic Bombing Surrey. Munitions Division, German, Motor Vehicles Industry Report 6, November 3, 1947, hereinafter write as Strategic Roaming 2. 118 p. New York, Daily, August 9. 1940 at 9. 120 U.S. Strategic Bombing Surveys, Ford Motor Company I.G-Cologne 4-5, October. 1944, 121 M. Wilkins and F. E. Hill, American Business Abroad, Ford on Six Continents 1961 at 392, PV New Yearly Daily, August 9. 194 N8O 199 Strataric Bombing I, Super Note 116 at Exhibit D1. 123 ID at 4. 124 R. Warner and H. Naura, German Combat Planes 298, 1971. 125 Strategic Bombing I Super Note 116, at 4. 128 Wagner and Naura, Super Note 124. At 370. Production on Gorman's first Me-26 jets was scheduled to begin at GM's Rüsselsheim plant with 200 units in August 1944, however, actual deliveries were not made until October. The revised schedule was 10 units in September, increasing to 1.000 units in December, indicating the critical need of the Luftwaffe for this unit. Strategic Bombing T Super Note 116. At Pihibit F. 3. The Me-26 first entered operational service during the autumn of 1944. See also J.R. Smith and A. Carr. German aircraft of the Sarand World War 531, 1972. 127 Wagner and Naura, Super Note 124 at 373. 129 America's first operational jet-propelled combat aircraft. The Lorelei Hade Pisna was MOT producent until after World War II. C. E.G. Jane's All the World's Aircraft 2040, 205R. 271C, 272C, 1945-46 ed. 129 Strategic Bombing 2, Super Note 118, at 13-14. In 1943, for example, Forl's Cologne plant produced 59.9% of the Wehrmacht's 3-ton half-tracks. GM's Brandenburg facilities accounted for an additional 26.6%. GM's contribution in terms of military trucks consisted of an annual war-time production of 25.000 to 30.000 Opel Blitz 3-ton trucks manufactured at Brandenburg. This represented some 35 to 40% of German truck production. Strategic bombing I Supernote 116, at 3. BS 1.943 GM and Ford accounted for 71.4% of medium and heavy truck production. Strategic bombing 2, Supernote 118, at 14, 19. And Exhibit B Ford's principal truck plant in Germany was located at Cologne. It operated plants in several other Axis controller territories, however, including Hungary, Romania, Poland, and Austria. Strategic bombing 2, Supernote 118, at 14. 85. 130 for a complete record of GM's investment in the erection of tetraethyl plants for Nazi Germany. See hearings before the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Forestry on Industrial Alcohol and Synthetic Rubber, 77th Cong 2nd S. 1942, PT 4, at 1198 to 99. See also Engler, Supernote 44, at 102 to 104. 132 hearings before a subcom of the Senate COMM on military affairs on the elimination of German resources for war, 79th Cong 20 session, 1946, PT 10, especially at 1305-06. 131 ID. 133 ID. 134 Germany declared war on the United States on December 11, 1941. 11 months later, on November 25, 1942, Dr. Karl Luhr was appointed as Russell Shame's administrator. See Note 135, Infra. 1.35 General Motors has owned 100% of Atom Opel AG continuously since 1929. Accordingly, it selected the board of directors and appointed the management which supervised wartime operations of all Opel plants, including the aircraft production facility at Russelsheim. Alfred P. Sloan, Jr., board chairman of GM, USA, and GM vice presidents, James D. Mooney, John T. Smith, and Graham K. Howard, served on the GM Opel board of directors throughout the war. Foreign Economic Administration. Business holdings in Germany of United States firms, 34, October 1944. GM continued to operate its Opel plants after the United States had formally declared war on Germany without any apparent interference by the German government up until November 25, 1942. At that time Professor Dr. Karl Luhr was appointed as an administrator of the Rheinland-Pfalz warplane plant. The Darmstadt Provincial Court of Appeal stressed in its appointment of Luhr, however, that the authority of the Board of Directors shall not be affected by this administrative decision **** resolution, handling of Innemar property, Atom Opel AG. Company in Russelsheim, Maine, transmitted by the Darmstadt Provincial Court of Appeal to the Reich Commissioner for the Handling of Enemy Property. Berlin WS on November 25, 1942. In fact, the only noticeable wartime change in plant operations was the departure of American personnel. The GM appointed directors and management resigned. The management during the war remained essentially the same as pre-war, with the exception of American personnel. Strategic bombing I Supernote 116, at 7. Nevertheless, GM sought and obtained a $35 million tax write-off in 1912 from the L.S. Treasury Department. Sloan, Supernote 114, at 331. Communications as well as material continually flowed between GM plants in Allied countries and GM plants in Axis-controlled areas, presumably in direct violation of trading with the enemy legislation. Telegram, S. Secretary of State, Washington, to American Legation. Bern, Switzerland, document number 508163, sent, July 7, 1913, 2 p.m. A review of the Opel Russell Shame financial records also reveals that this plant was dealing with GM companies in Axis and allied countries all over the world, including General Motors Japan, Osaka, General Motors Continental, Antwerp, General Motors China, Shanghai and Hong Kong, General Motors Uruguay, Montevideo, General Motors do Brazil, Sao Paulo, General Motors Overseas Corp., Detroit. Adam Opel Aktien Giesel Scaff Trussels. Heim am Main. Jahresbericht und Bilanz für das Geschäftsjahr 1944. 138 U.S. Foreign Claims Settlement Commission, GJ Claim, Supernote 115. 137 U.S. Foreign Claims Settlement Commission, Ford Claim, Supernote 115. 13 C Note 59 Supra. 139 in 1972, foreign investment by the Big Three mounted to an estimated $1 billion. Fenster, Supernote 108, at 28. 140 C Note 59 Supra. 111 Motor Vehicle Manufacturers Association. Motor Vehicle Manufacturing and as assembly plants of U.S. manufacturers in foreign countries, excluding Canada, 1971, updated to 1973. General Motors intends to construct a $10 million auto assembly plant in Saudi Arabia. Wall St. Journal. September 19, 1973, at 2. It is negotiating with the Soviet Union for construction in Siberia of a $2 billion truck plant, which would be the largest such facility in the world. Wall St. Journal, September 24, 1973, at 10, Automotive News, October 1, 1973 at 8. In October 1973, GM confirmed that it had been holding preliminary discussions with officials of the East German government regarding the possible establishment of automotive production facilities there. It confirmed as well that it had been negotiating with the Soviet Union for construction of a massive truck plant in Siberia. CCH, 247 Common Market Reports number 223, Oct.11 1973, at 5. In 1970, when U.S. forces were fighting in Indochina, Secretary of Defense Melvin Laird strongly objected to Ford's proposed construction of truck facilities in the USSR. More specifically, he stated that he did not want Ford-wheeled trucks to be used by communist forces in Vietnam as a result. Ford withdrew its proposal. Automotive News, October 1, 1973, at 38. 14 Motor Vehicle Manufacturers Association, Supernote 141. 143 Given the employee productivity ratio of 1 man for every 12 cars developed in Note 108 Supra, 5 million automobiles would generate 100,000 jobs in automobile manufacturing. These in turn would create an additional 6 million jobs in allied industries. Assuming the 16 jobs are created in allied industries for each new job in automobile manufacturing, see Note 108 Supra, we might expect overall domestic employment to rise by an additional 6 million. Moreover, Big Three foreign subsidiaries realized more than $12 billion in their production and sale abroad of 5 million vehicles. Annual Reports 1972, General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler. Had these vehicles been built here, and exported for sale abroad at competitive prices, they would have generated billions of dollars in motor vehicle and automotive parts exports. 14 plus with the exception of the Big Three truck divisions, only International Harvester and AMC enjoy market shares in excess of 1%. In 1972, their market shares in terms of total industry production amounted to 8.6 and 4.4%, respectively. Truck makers accounting for less than 1% of total production in 1972 include Mack, 0.90%, White, 0.9%, and Diamond Rio, 0.2%. Ward's 1973 Automotive Yearbook 127. 146, 1972 Market shares for the Big Three, General Motors, Chevrolet and GMC, 39.0%, Ford 32.2%, Chrysler, Dodge, 13.2%. ID 146 C Note 8 Supra, 147 Industry data provided by confidential sources, 1973. 148 as of January 1, 1973 only 1,196 out of a total of 22.265 truck dealers sold products from more than one manufacturer. Automotive News, 1973 Almanac Issue, 62. 86. 1. 9 More than 96% of all truck diesel engines are produced by four firms: General Motors, Detroit Diesel, 37.2%, Cummins, 33.9%, Mack, 14.8%, and Caterpillar, 10.5%. In 1971 Ford accounted for 0.1% of diesel truck engines. In 1972 it ceased production. Ward's 1973 Automotive Yearbook 119. 150 See generally, Whitney. Supra Note 27, at 470_471. 151 Automotive News, 1973 Almanac Issue, 26-27, Ward's 1973 Automotive Yearbook. 213-224 It should be noted, however, that in May of 1971 White sold its Diamond Rio division, which should now be considered a separate truck manufacturer. ID. At 215. In addition, Mercedes-Benz has exported a small number of light-duty, pickup and delivery, mid-range diesel trucks to the United States market. Automotive News, August 6, 1973. At 4:33. 162 The same pattern of price followership characteristic of auto price announcements occurs with respect to new truck price announcements. See Note 64 Supra. 153 See United States v. General Motors Corp. ETAL, CR No. 47-110, ED Michigan. Bill of Particulars, filed January 2, 1973, at 59-61, 138. 154 gas turbine power plants, however, have been installed in a handful of GM heavy-duty trucks. But see Note 158 Infra. 155 Mini pickup imports from Japan grew from a mere 2,755 in 1964 to 64,613 in 1970. Ward's 1971 Automotive Yearbook at 11. Ward's 1966 Automotive Yearbook at 51. In 1971, GM introduced Love, manufactured by GM, Isuzu, Ford introduced Courier, manufactured by Toyo Kagyo, and Dodge introduced Colt, manufactured by Chrysler Mitsubishi. 156 Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standard, FMVSS, No_210 Extended Safety Belt. Requirements to trucks: door locks were extended to trucks by FMVSS No. 206 Post-crash fuel system integrity will be extended to trucks in 1976 by FMVSS number 301. 157 Although Ford manufactured a limited number of Model 707 gas turbine truck engines, it abandoned production in 1973. Automotive News, October 1, 1973, at 8-10. 158 Toyo Kagyo, Mazda, is already marketing rotary-driven pickup trucks. Duns, May 1973, at 144. Daimler-Benz, Messerschmitt, and Volkswagen have developed electrically driven trucks. See Note 435 Infra. General Motors Detroit Diesel Division has produced 129 gas turbine engines for truck installation facilities in August 1971. But GM officials project that the turbine's best prospects are in boat and industrial rather than truck applications. Automotive news. October 1, 1973, at 8:10. 159C generally, white, Super Note 52 at 199. Anti-skid braking devices were developed HR independent truck components suppliers, including Kelsey Hayes, Eaton, Bendix, Westinghouse, and Rockwell Standard. Automotive news, September 3, 1973. At 6. Likewise, semi-automatic transmissions for heavy-duty trucks were first developed by Dana and Eaton, two major suppliers of truck companies. Semi-automatic operation is achieved with an electric clutch, electric brake, air controls, and solid-state electronic system components designed into the unit to control synchronizing and shifting functions. The advantages of semi-automatic over automatic transmission in the heavy-duty truck market include lower initial price and maintenance costs, better gas consumption, in short the virtues of a mechanical gearbox coupled with the ease of automatic operation. Automotive news, June 18, 1973, at 6:16, July 16, 1973, at 6:69. Smaller truck producers have also made significant contributions. Mack, for instance, has developed a 6-cylinder heavy-duty diesel engine, Maxidyne 300, which is reportedly quieter than those offered by GM's Detroit Diesel Allison division. Automotive news, April 2, 1973. At 8:180 multiplying the FTC's monopoly margin of 9.1% for motor vehicles, see Note 87 Supra, by the value of truck shipments, excluding city and intercity buses, SARE Note 168 Infra, in 1972, $7,200.000.000, yields an estimated monopoly overcharge of $635.2 million. Automotive news, 1973 Almanac issue, 2. 181 in 1971, trucks consume 27.09 billion gallons of motor fuel, or more than 1/4 of the 97.55 billion gallons of fuel consumed by all motor vehicles. Motor Vehicle Manufacturers Association, 1973 Motor Truck Facts 36, 1973. 162 A truck emits in the range of 10 times the pollutants as a car does. Congressional Record, October 25. 1973, Daily ed., at 47. With respect to the adverse health efforts associated with diesel pollutants, C.E.G. Satterfield, Nitrogen Oxides, A Subtle Control Task, Technology Review, October. November 1972, 10-16, Shy. C. et al. The Chattanooga School Children Study, Effects of Community Exposure to Nitrogen Dioxide, 20 Jour NAL of Air Pollution Control Association 539, 1970, and L. Nystrom, American Public Health Association, Energy Policy Project, 1973 Working Draft. See also Note 321 Infra. 163 Current market shares obtained from confidential sources. For a recent antitrust class suit filed by New York City on behalf of all the nation's cities against General Motors for alleged monopolization of the bus industry, see Complaint, City of New York v. General Motors Corp., 72 Civ. 4213 October 4, 1972, in U.S. District Court for the Southern District of New York. On August 10, 1973, District Court Judge Robert L. Carter ruled that New York City could represent 177 cities in 38 states and Puerto Rico in the rending antitrust action. NY Times, August 10, 1973, at 1:48. It should be noted that the U.S. Justice Department filed a civil antitrust suit in 1956 against GM for alleged bus monopolization. That litigation ended with the government's acceptance in 1965 of an innocuous consent decree which permitted GM to retain its monopoly of bus manufacturing. United States v. General Motors Corp., 1965 Trade Cases, Para. 71624. Flowsible was incorporated in Ohio on April 9, 1914. Moody's Industrial Manual 1966. 127. Its first president, Charles F. Kettering, subsequently joined the General Motors Corporation in 1916 and interlocked the two firms. A. Pound, The Turning Wheel 273-74, 1934. From that date forward, GM acquired through Kettering the power to influence the policies of what became its only remaining competitor in the production of city buses. Mr. Kettering was a vice president, director, and shareholder of GM from 1929 until 1958. During that period of time he also held the following positions with the Flowsible Company: President, from 1915 to 1940, Chairman of the Board, from 1940 to 1958, Director, from 1915 to 1958, and the largest individual stockholder, from 1915 to 1958. Standard & Poor's Register of Corporations, Directors, and Executives, 1958, Government's Pretrial Proceedings of Fact and Conclusions of Law, United States v. General Motors Corp., Civ Action No. 15816, E.D. Michigan, filed, January 14, 1958, at 23-24. Hereinafter cited as G.M. Streetcar, Findings of Fact. 164. Motor Coach Industries is the bus manufacturing subsidiary of Greyhound Corporation. Moody's Transportation Manual 1972 at 1603. There is evidence that from 1926 until at least 1957 GM manufactured virtually all of Greyhound's intercity buses. GM Streetcar, Findings of Facts, Supernote 163, UT 8-12, Complaint, United States v. Greyhound Corp., 57 Civ 1107, filed June 27, 1957, N.D. Ill. As a result of a consent decree entered the same day that the Greyhound complaint was filed, Greyhound agreed to purchase its buses from additional companies, and 1962 established its own manufacturing subsidiary, MCI, Motor Coach Industries. To date, however, MCI BAS relied upon GM for diesel engines and other major components. Confidential interviews. 106. On April 12, 1961, Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy announced that a federal grand jury had indicted General Motors for monopolization of the locomotive industry. At that time, GM accounted for 100% of passenger locomotives and 84% of all types of locomotives manufactured in the United States. Indictment, United States v. General Motors Corporation, 61 Cr. 356, filed April 12, 1961, $D.N.Y, at 9. 2 years later, on January 14, 1963, the Department of Justice followed with a civil antitrust action. Complaint, United States v. General Motors Corporation 63, Civ 80, filed January 14, 1963, XD 111. Both suits were subsequently abandoned. On December 29, 1964, the government's motion to null prosecute the criminal suit was granted. On June 2, 1967, the government's motion to dismiss the civil action was granted. See also, Keel and Snell, Memorandum to Senator Edward M. Kennedy re Antitrust Implications of General Motors Control of Automobile Bus and Locomotive Production, November 1972. 166. See text accompanying notes 3343 Supra. 187 See text accompanying notes 44 through 47 Supra. 169 The Big Three's combined automotive sales in 1972 amounted to $51.8 billion. Newell reports 1972, GM, Ford, and Chrysler bus sales that year amounted to approximately $170 million, of which GM's share was about $120 million, assumes an overall market share of 70% for both city and intercity bus production. Although GE's share of the intercity market is considerably less than 70%, it manufactures all the diesel engines, which represent 60% of the cost of an intercity bus, used by its assembler competitor MCI. Therefore, the Big Three's combined motor vehicle and parts sales equal $51.7 billion, $51.8 billion minus GM's $120 million bus sales. The combined sales of trains, buses, subway, and rapid transit cars by Pullman, Bud, Rohr Flowsible and General Electric in 1972 amounted to an estimated $2 billion. This figure was derived in the following manner: Rohr Flowsible bus sales percent 50 million, General Electric locomotive deliveries $117.8 million, Pullman, Bud, Rohr, and GE Railcar, passenger and freight, Vili varies $1.47 billion. U.S. Bureau of the Census, Annual Survey of Manufacturers. Value of shipments, 1970 and 1971. 169 bis 3 employment amounted in 1972 to 1,447.400, General Motors. 760,000, Ford, 112,609, Chrysler, 244.800. Annual reports 1972, General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler. By comparison, the four principal ground transport rivals reported their 1972 employment at 415,600, General Electric, 369,000, Pullman, 19,900, Bud, 15,900, Rohr 10.500. Moody's Industrial Manual 1973 and Annual Reports 1972, General Electric, Pullman, Bud, Rohr. A listing of congressional districts with GM plants is Con, Tania in Fowlkes, Washington Pressures GV. National Journal 54, 69, 1971. 170 in 1973, the Big Three automakers contributed virtually all of the estimated $12.6 million expended that year by one Motor Vehicle Manufacturers Association, MVMA. See Note 299 Infra. They also contributed an estimated $1.5 million to the Highway Users Federation for Safety and Mobility, HUFSM. This estimate is projected from figures contained in HUFSM's 1972 IRS federal tax return, which indicated that MVWA contributed $1,395.365 and GMAC an additional $18 of HUFSM's 1972 budget of $3,153,380. IRS Form 990 for HUFSM fiscal year 1972, Schedule No. 1A. By contrast, the three principal rail transit lobbies raised only an estimated $1.6 million in 1972. IRS Forms 990 indicate 1971 receipts of $726.872 for the American Transit Association, $604.564 for Railway Progress Institute and $174.331, fiscal year 1971, for the Institute for Rapid Transit. As General Motors is a member and major contributor to these rail transit lobbies, it can be reasonably assumed that Pullman, Bud, Rohr, and General Electric accounted for no more than $1 million of the combined $1.6 million estimated receipts of the three organizations. See Notes 302 and 303 Infra. 171. According to a management press release, Budco moved its corporate headquarters in 1972 from Philadelphia to Troy, Michigan, near Detroit, in order to consolidate management in the heart of the automotive industry, sales to which account for 80% of Bud's total corporate sales. Wall Street Journal, March 3, 1972, at 15. For Rohr's relationship with General Motors, see Note 163. Supra. In 1972, Pullman Reve. News for truck trailer container deliveries amounted to $264,531,000, its revenues from railroad cars and parts amounted to only $178,364,000. Annual Report 1972. Pullman income derived from the sale of railway equipment in 1972 amounted to $178 million. By comparison, income derived from its sale that year of truck trailer equipment amounted to $265 million. SEC 10, K Form, 1972 at 1. It has been on the verge, reportedly, OT leaving the railcar business in favor of automotive operations. In 1971 it sold its Michigan City freight car plant and acquired a 50% interest in Mahone Industrial Corp., which supplies equipment and services to automotive concerns. Standard & Poor's, June-July 1971, 8136. In addition, its Swindell Dressler Engineering Division is active in building foundries for truck plants, notably the USSR Kama River Foundry. Annual Report 1972. In 1972, General Electric reportedly accounted for about 80% of all automotive lamps produced in this country. 172. One bus eases congestion and pollution by taking approximately 35 cars off the road. Testimony of American Transit Association in hearings before the Subcommittee on Housing of the House Committee on Banking and Currency on Urban Mass Transportation. 92D Congress, 2D Session 83, 1972. The old PCC streetcar as well as proposed modern versions can accommodate from 52 to 68 seated patrons and as many as 70 additional standia. Railway Age, March 12, 1973, at 33. One transit car during rush hour usually carries in many riders as 50 autos. General Electric, Clean Power for America's Future, Hercure, December 1972. The displacement potential of passenger and freight trains was derived from information supplied in 1978 by Amtrak and the American Association of Railroads. 178. The last streetcars built in the United States were manufactured by the St. Louis Car Co. in 1952. Wall Street Journal, March 30, 1970, at 8. Subsequently, in April 1973, St. Louis Car retired from railcar manufacturing. Railway Age, July 30, 1973, at 8. Note, however, that Boeing, Vertol has won a contract to build 230 light rail vehicles for Boston and San Francisco, with expected delivery in 1975. Wall Street Journal, February 23, 1973, at 6. The last electric trolley coaches were manufactured in 1955 by Vireman Harrington, which then withdrew from the bus industry. Motor Coach Age, October 1971, at 23, Plain TIF Supplemental and Amended Answers to Defendants' Interrogatories, United States v. General Motors, GM Bus Case, 11, filed June 21, 1965. Note, however, that a Canadian manufacturer, Flyer Industries Limited, the only company in North America that is presently making new electric buses, has produced a prototype electric trolley bus for Dayton, Ohio. Transport Central, January 1972. 44. The last interurban cars were built in 1947 by the St. Louis Car Company, which withdrew from all railcar activities in 1973. G. Hilton and J. Do, the electric interurban railways in America, 223, 425. As of 1973, only 3 experienced railcar builders were intent on remaining in the market: Pullman, General Electric, and Rohr. Bud has stopped building self-propelled cars and has served notice that its railway division will be phased out. Standard & Poor's 1310, June-July 1971. St. Louis car withdrew in 1972. General Electric, however, recently entered the market with its delivery of commuter cars to the New York MTA. Railway age, April 9, 1973 at 22, see also Wall Street Journal, November 7, 1973, at 1. During the period 1964 to 69, GE built only 20 electric locomotives for installation on U.S. railroads. ICC Transport Statistics, 1969. Amtrak, however, has ordered 15 high-speed electric locomotives from GE. Wall Street Journal, March 26, 1973 at 5. In 1971, America's city bus fleet was at its lowest point since the early years of World War II. American Transit Association, Transit Factbook 1971-72, 1972, at 20. Likewise, its diesel locomotive fleet in the early 1970s was smaller than at any time since 1955. Association of American Railroads, Railroad Facts. 49, 1972. 174c, e.g., General Motors, to a considerable degree, of course, the declining popularity of rail transportation is attributable to the increasing availability, lower cost, and attractiveness of air transportation for long runs and of personal transportation by automobile for short runs. General Motors, the locomotive industry, and General Motors 35, May 1973, hereinafter cited as GM locomotive. He motor vehicle in surprisingly short time became the dominant element in urban transportation. Its first conspicuous effect was on existing transit systems. Two forces were at work here. First, as automobile ownership increased, people used their own cars for trips that they would formerly have made on public transportation. Second, railborne transit, especially streetcar and interurban lines, found itself in a losing contest with the motor bus, which was cheaper to operate and also enjoyed a flexibility that no railborne system could have. J. Ray. The Road and the Car in American Life 208-209, 1972, financed by a research grant from the Motor Vehicle Manufacturers Association. 175. Until the early 1920s, there were large numbers of potential new car buyers, indicated by the wide gap between the number of households and total registrations, but it is clear that from about 1923 on, most new car sales had to be the old car owners. This saturation of the automobile market was a common subject of concern in the industry in the 1920s. L. Weiss, Economics and American Industry 332-333, 1966. See also Sloan, Supernote 114, ch. 9. 170c, e.g., Lanzelotti, Supernote 99, at 320. 177 GM, Streetcar. Findings of Fact, Supernote 163, at 20. 178 Greyhound was organized in 1926 under the name Motor Transit Corporation as a $10,000 holding company to establish a nationwide system of intercity buses. Bus Transportation, December 1926, at 707, GM Streetcar, Findings of Fact, Supernote 163, at 8. GM personnel were actively involved in the formation and expansion of the Greyhound Company and combined with it for the purpose of establishing a system of GM-equipped and Greyhound-operated intercity buses throughout the United States. J.B. Babcock, for instance, president of GM's bus manufacturing subsidiary, served simultaneously on the Greyhound board of directors until 1937 and was instrumental in developing the southeastern portion of the Greyhound bus network. GM streetcar. Findings of fact, Supernote 163, at 11, complaint, United States v. Greyhound Corp. 57 Civ 1107, filed, June 27, 1957, consent decree entered same day, at 6, 7, bus transportation, December 1926, at 707. See also notes 183-84 intra. 170 see note 192 infra. 150 see note 214 infra. 181 see note 178 supra. 152. Complaint, United States v. Greyhound Corp., Supernote 178, at 7-8, GM streetcar, findings of fact, Supernote 163, at 9. 183. Since 1928 the company's policy has been to invite railroads to participate with it in the ownership of bus lines, with a view to developing coordinated passenger transportation. Moody's Manual of Investments Public Utilities 1940. At 1178. The policy of coordinated passenger transportation was more carefully defined during Greyhound's negotiations with the New York Central Railroad in 1935. On June 18, 1935, Greyhound announced that it had submitted to the NY Central a plan for coordinated passenger transport. Under the proposal, the NY Central would purchase part control of Eastern Greyhound, a subsidiary, which in turn would provide highway service to replace branch line trains and local mainline trains. Moody's Manual of Investments, Public Utilities 1935, at 1812. In September 1935, Central Greyhound was formed as a joint venture of Greyhound and NY Central RR. Moody's Manual of Investments, Public Utilities 1940, at 1181. 184. See Moody's Manual of Investment, Public Utilities 1935 and 1940 at 1807 to 1812 and 1178 to 1184, respectively. From the outset, Greyhound involved railroad executives in its conversion program. See generally. Bus transportation, June 1929, at 350 to 352. With respect to railroad stock participation in specific subsidiaries, see the following issues of Bing Transportation, Pennsylvania Greyhound, March 1929, at 168 to 169, July 1929 at 408, February 1931 at 100 to 101, Northland Greyhound, August 1929 at 457, September 1929 at 509 510, and Pacific Greyhound, March 1931 at 128. One of the methods apparently used by Greyhound to coerce railroad participation in its conversion program was to operate bus lines which paralleled main rail lines. This procedure was employed successfully, for example, against the NY Central RR and led to the formation of Central Greyhound in 1935. See Note 183 Supra. In January 1928 Greyhound sought and obtained over the formal protest of the NY Central a certificate from 89. 133 ID. The Ohio Utilities Commission to operate an interstate bus line between Detroit, Michigan and Covington, Kentucky by way of Toledo and Cincinnati, Ohio. The bus routes parallel the NY Central's rail lines. Bus transportation, January 1928, at 49. Subsequently, in September of 1932, Greyhound obtained over the XY Central's protest a certificate from the New York Public Service Commission to operate a bus route parallel to the main line of the NY Central between Syracuse and Rochester, New York. Bus transportation. September 1932 at 404. 3 years later, the NY Central was willing to enter into an agreement with Greyhound to convert main and branch line passenger rail service to Greyhound bus operations through the formation of Central Greyhound. See Note 183 Supra. There is some evidence, moreover, that Greyhound undertook the direct acquisition and conversion of several electric interurban commuter railways, including portions of the world-famous high-speed Chicago North Shore Line, interurbans, January-February 1948, at 4, Hilton and Do, Note 173 Supra, at 232, 392. 183 All-Class I Railway carried 466,753,000 revenue passengers in 1950. Moody's Transportation Manual 1952 at 26. Greyhound carried about 210 million revenue passengers that year. Derived from Annual Report 1952, Greyhound, and Numbo, Bus Facts 1972 at 26. 196 GM, Streetcar, Findings of Fact, Super Note 163, at 10 to 11. In December 1929, 1 month after General Motors contracted to be a virtually exclusive supplier of buses to the Greyhound companies, it organized a holding company, the National Highway Transport Corporation, NHTC, to establish an intercity bus system in the southeastern part of the United States. It placed I.B. Babcock, 2. E. Listman and H.C. Grossman, officers of its bus division, on the board of directors of NHTC. Subsequently, beginning in 1931, NHTC was merged into Greyhound as the Atlantic Greyhound Lines. GM retained operating control of Atlantic Greyhound until 1934, when it transferred all of its stock interest to Greyhound. ID, at 25 to 26. 187 ID. At 11. 18 ID. Moody's Manual of Investments Public Utilities 1940 at 1178. 189 Complaint, United States v. Greyhound Corp., Super Note 178, at 2 to 3. 100 Hogan, General Counsel General Motors, Statement of the Facts from the Court Records regarding General Motors in the National City Lines cases, as reported in hearings before the Subcom. On Antitrust and Monopoly of the Senate Com. On the Judiciary, on a study of the antitrust laws General Motors, 84th Cong., 1st Sess., at 3920, 1955, hereinafter cited as 1955 hearings. 191 ID. 192 in 1932 Defendant, GM, organized the United Cities Motor Transit Company, UCMT, as a wholly owned subsidiary of Yellow, to acquire and develop these local transit companies. As in the case of Atlantic Greyhound, the operating committee consisted of major officers of Yellow, 1B Babcock, P.W. Sealer, H.E. Listman, H.C. Grossman, and D.L. Tate. M.D. Mills, formerly a regional sales manager for Yellow, was president of UCMT. All of UCMT's acquisitions were to be financed by defendant. GM Streetcar, Findings of Fact, Super Note 163, at 26. 194 Hogan, in 1955 hearings, Note 190 Supra, at 3920. United Cities Motor Transit acquired and converted electric streetcars to GM buses in Kalamazoo, Michigan and Springfield, Ohio in 1932 and 1934, respectively. ID. At 26 to 27, Bus Transportation January 1934, at 34. 105 GM, Streetcar Findings of Fact, Super Note 163, at 27. 136 ID at 12 to 16. 19. Control of the Omnibus Corporation was rumored to have passed to General Motors in 1930. In any event, John A. Wrighton served simultaneously as chairman of GM's bus division and president of Omnibus from 1926 until well after the motorization was completed. Bus transportation, July 1926, at 339, ID, April 1930, at 231, Moody's Manual of Investments, Public Utilities, 1935, at 2467. Ever since the motor bus had come on the scene in the early 1920s, Yellow had been the leader in sales. Its primary job had been to equip the Heats of GM's own transit companies controlled via its subsidiary, the Hertz Omnibus Corporation. R. Solomon and A. Saltzman, History of Transit and Innovative Systems 1-19. 1971. 196 CEG, Solomon and Saltzman, Supernote 197, at 1-20, Yellow Truck and Coach, Fortune, July 1936, at 61, 63. 170 GM, Streetcar, Findings of Facts, Supernote 163, at 17, 27-28. It also caused M.D. Mills, former employee of Defendant, GM, and president of UCMT, to become president of National City Lines. ID, at 28. 200 for a detailed description of NCL's origin, scope, purpose, and method operation, see testimony of Dixon in 1955 hearings, Supernote 190 at 2595-2621, and staff of Senate Antitrust Subcommittee, a case study of General Motors Corp. S. report. Number 1879, Sith Cong, 2D Session, 1956, at 46-53, hereinafter cited as 1956 Staff Report. The U.S. Department of Justice brought a criminal antitrust action against General Motors and allied automotive suppliers, including Standard Oil of California, Firestone Tire and Phillips Petroleum, for their participation in the NCL scheme. C. Indictment, U.S. v. National City Lines, CR. Number 19270, CD Cal, filed April 10, 1947. These suppliers contribute the total of $9,029,557.67 to the NCL Rail Bus Conversion Program. Brief for the United States, U.S. v. National City Lines, NOS 9943-9953 at 23, 7th CIR Oct. 20, 1959, hereinafter cited as U.S. Streetcar Appellate Brief. The 16 states involved were as follows: Maryland, Florida, Alabama, Texas, Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, Iowa, Oklahoma, Nebraska, Missouri, Mississippi, Utah, Washington, and California. 2,1 United States v. National City Lines, 1951 Trade Cases, Para. 62,757 at 64,237, N.D. Ill. 212 for an excellent description of the Pacific Electric System, consult Hilton and Do, Supernote 173 at 406-413, and S. Crump, Ride the Big Red Cars, 1962. 203 Pacific City Line, PCL, was organized in 1938 by GM and Standard 01L of California as an NCL affiliate for the purpose of acquiring and converting electric railway properties on the West Coast. U.S. Streetcar Appellate Brief, Supernote 200, at 7. A preliminary meeting between General Motors and Standard Oil took place in Chicago in October 1937 regarding plans for the acquisition of local transit operating companies in the Pacific Coast area. It was understood at this meeting that the petroleum products business of such companies would go to Standard and the bus business to General Motors. ID. At 9. Subsequently, other corporations were invited to participate in the project. The Presi 27-540-74-7. Dent of General Motors Bus Division wrote to Standard Oil of New Jersey, for example, on January 23, 1939, and requested their stock investment. But they declined. ID at 14. Ultimately, Greyhound and Wirestone Tire joined GM, Standard of California and some other companies in the PCL undertaking. ID at 10 to 12. Pacific City Lines commenced doing business in January 1938, ID, at 7. During that year, it received $300,000 from GM Streetcar Findings of Fact, Supernote 163, at 28. Shortly thereafter, it began acquiring electric interurban railways from the Southern Pacific RR and converting them to bus operation. In 1939, for example, it acquired, scrapped and substituted bus lines for 3 Northern California Electric Railways, Fresno Traction Co., San Jose RR, and Stockton Electric RR Co. Moody's Manual of Investments, Public Utilities 1940, at 1747. In 1940, GM, Standard and Firestone assumed the active management of Pacific City Lines, in order to supervise its California operations more directly. U.S. Streetcar Appellate Brief, Supra, No. 200, at 18. That year the Pacific Electric, whose chairman was also a director of Pacific City Lines, announced that PCL would acquire, scrap, and replace with bus service the PE's electric interurban service to Glendale, Burbank, Pasadena and San Bernardino. Moody's Manual of Investments Public Utilities 1940, at 19. Between 1940 and 1946, GM contributed an additional $1 million to help finance PCL's conversion of Pacific Electric properties. GM, Streetcar, Findings of Fact, Supernote 163, at 28 to 29. At the time of these acquisitions, the Pacific Electric was the world's largest interurban electric railway. Railway age, October 27, 1952 at 43. The system extended from Los Angeles for a radius of more than 75 miles reaching north to San Fernando, east to San Bernardino, and south to Santa Ana. It operated in excess of 3,000 quiet, pollution-free electric trains daily among the region's 56 incorporated cities. Hilton and Dew, Supernote 173 at 406 to 413. By 1954, largely as a result of PCL intervention, nearly all passenger service had been abandoned. That year, another NCL affiliate, Metropolitan Coach Lines, purchased and scrapped what little remained of the Pacific Electric passenger system. ID at 409. 204 American City Lines, ACL, was organized and began operations August 31, 1943, with stock commitments from General Motors, Standard Oil of California and Firestone. The proceeds therefrom were to be used in the acquisition and conversion of rail transit systems throughout the United States. U.S. Streetcar Appellate Brief, Supernote 200 at 20. Between 1943 and 1946, GA invested ABO $1,450,000. Standard contributed an additional $1,074,000. ID, at 20. In December 1944, ACL acquired the Los Angeles Electric Transit System. ID, at 19. 4 months later ACL announced a motorization program for converting 19 of 25 streets railway lines to bus operation. Moody's Manual of Investments. 1945 Public Utilities, at 601. In 1944, the electric street railway carried more than 200 million revenue passengers. ID. 205 Motorization of the LA streetcar system had a direct impact on the operation of the regional Pacific Electric. As the Pacific Electric shared downtown tracks with the LA Streetcar Company, motorization of the latter impeded the continued performance of the former. See Hilton and Do, Supernote 173, at 50-52. 206 Hilton and Do, Supernote 173, at 409. 207 208 XY Times, April 20, 1963, at 20. 209 Southern California Rapid Transit District, Rapid Transit for Los Angeles, Summary Report of Consultants' Recommendations, July 1973, at 45. 210 United States v. National City Lines Incorporated, 186 F2D 562, 7th Sir 1951, certiorari denied, 341 vs 916, 1951. 211 ID, see also, Bus Transportation, May 1949. So. H. C. Grossman was a director of Pacific City Lines from January 27, 1942 to October 17, 1946, and during the same period was an officer of General Motors, Government's Trial Brief, United States v. National City Lines Incorporated 49 Civ. 1364, at 32, N.D. Ill, filed 1955. 212 C. Dixon Testimony in 1955 Hearings, Supernote 190, at 2607-2608. 213 Streetcars numbered 37,868 on December 31, 1936, 5,300 on December 31, 1955. Transit Journal, January 1937, at 13, American Transit Association, Fact Book 71-72, at 214 Statement by Roger M. Keyes, Vice President, General Motors Corporation, reported in 1955 Hearings, Supernote 190 at 3927. 215 G. Smirk. Urban Transportation 50, 1965. 218 CEG Hilton and Do Supernote 173 at 119-148. 217 Railway Age, October 27, 1952, at 44. 218 Hilton and Do, Supernote 173, at 50-52. 219 from 1941 until December 1951. General Motors held sizable stock interests in Consolidated Freightways, a trucking company which as of July 31, 1971, served 11,788 route miles in California, Idaho, Minnesota, Montana, Nevada, North Dakota, Oregon, Utah, Washington, Wisconsin, and Illinois. 1955 Hearings, Supernote 190, at 3946-3847, Moody's Manual of Investments, Transportation 1952, at 69. From 1941 until August 1950, General Motors also retained stock interests in Associated Transport, a trucking company operating in 18 states in the Middle Atlantic, Eastern and Northeastern states. 1955 Hearings. Supernote 190. At 3844, Moody's Manual of Investments, Transportation 1952, at 68. 220 C. Note 218 Supra. 221 GM Interoffice Memorandum from F. J. Limbach to E. P. Crenshaw, dated January 26, 1954, and entitled Operating Report, 1953. 222 Rounds and Pearsall, GM Research Staff, Diesel Exhaust Odor, SAE Paper Number 963. November 1 to 2, 1956, at 10. 223 D at 10-1. 224 Sep. Note 221 Supra. Several groups continued during the 1950s to oppose GM's replacement of electric streetcars with diesel buses. See, example, the Philadelphia County Medical Society's recommendation that the city halt the replacement of streetcars with diesel buses until the problem of poisonous exhausts had been solved. NY Times, November 11, 1956, at 15. 225 GM, streetcar, finding of fact, Supernote 163, at 30. 226 ID at 9. 27. In the early 1950s, General Motors manufactured an advanced intercity bus for Greyhound which it refused to sell to Continental Trailways. As a consequence, Trailways was forced to import buses first from Kaspauer, a German manufacturer, and later from Bias & Car, a Belgian bus manufacturer. This placed Trailways at a distinct competitive 91 disadvantage. In the 1950s, imported buses were subject to a tariff duty of 1,014% and the transportation cost of the Kaspauer buses was approximately $1,650 each. GM, streetcar, findings of fact, Supernote 163, at 12, Holiday Inns, parent company of Trailways, joint proxy statement re-proposed acquisition of Trailways, at 42, filed with SEC on December 30, 1968, government's post-trial reply brief on the relevant market issue, United States v. General Motors Corp., GM, bus case, 4. Number 15816, at 10, Edmich, August 18, 1961. 2. Mr. Charles W. Perel testified in 1953 that when he was vice president in charge of operations at Consolidated Vultee, he was asked in 1944 or 1945 by the Greyhound Corporation to design a bus for them. Consolidated Vultee was at the time looking for some post-war products and, because of their background and knowledge in the fabrication of aluminum, became interested in the possibilities of applying aircraft techniques to the design of buses. At Greyhound's suggestion, Consolidated entered into the preliminary stages for design of a lightweight aluminum bus powered by a rear-illusionary air-cooled engine, but dropped the project when it discovered the sales commitment between Greyhound and General Motors. Mr. Perel stated that the Douglas Aircraft Company was also planning to enter intercity bus production with an innovative lightweight aluminum design, but abandoned the project for the same reason. He stated that since Greyhound was by far the single largest purchaser of intercity buses, denial of access to this market due to the GM Greyhound tie-up was a powerful deterrent to potential intercity bus manufacturers. Perel, in 1955 hearings, Supernote 190 at 2648-18, see also 1956 staff report, Supernote 200, at 54. 1923 CGJ, streetcar, finding of fact, Supernote 163, at 18-19, 30. 230 Automotive Council for War Production, 20 Years Progress in Commercial Motor Vehicles 214, 1942, Complaint, City of New York v. General Motors Corp., 72 Civ. 4213. At 8, SDNY, filed October 4, 1972. 1 Complaint, City of New York v. General Motors, Supernote 230, at 8-9, GM, streetcar, findings of fact, Supernote 163, at 23. 2 Valley Street Journal, December 7, 1972, at 20, and March 22, 1973 at 33. 233 Confidential with former Department of Justice in April 1973. The only result of the government's antitrust suit in 1956 against GM for bus monopolization was a consent decree entered on December 31, 1965, which required GM to supply diesel engines, transmissions, and other major components to 2 bus assemblers, Flossible and Motor Coach Industries, United States v. General Motors Corp., 1966 Trade Cases Para, 71624, Edmich, December 31, 1965. The consent decree expires on December 31, 1975, ID at 81805. After that date, GLI will no longer be obligated to supply these firms with components which it alone continues to manufacture. *C, e.g. allegations in the recent class action brought by New York City against General Motors for bus monopolization, 26. The effects of the aforesaid offenses and violations by defendant, among others, have been and are D. To cause and maintain excessive and non-competitive prices to be paid by bus operators and others including plaintiff and the other members of the class, for new city buses and bus parts. 8. To compel plaintiff and the other members of the class to rely upon General Motors, whose primary economic incentives are to expand passenger car sales, for the supply and technological development of mass public transportation alternatives to passenger cars, including city buses. Complaint, City of New York v. General Motors Corp., 72 Civ 4213 at 12-13. GM's monopoly overcharge on the sale of city buses alone has been estimated as amounting to in excess of $30 million annually. Statements of N. Redlich and B. Snell, press conference following filing of the New York City complaint, October 4, 1972. 233 ACF, Brill, St. Louis Car and Pullman, standard-built electric streetcars as well as electric trolley buses. Transit Journal, October 15, 1932, at 141, and September 14, 1935. At 316, S. Crump, Locomotive, Trolley, and Rail Car Builders for 51-52, 55, 1965. Marmon Harrington and Twin Coach manufactured electric trolley buses. Bus Transportation, February 1919, at 66. 22. The Doble Steam Motors Company of Emeryville, California, for example, produced 61, passenger, double-deck, steam-driven buses as early as 1928. Bus Transportation, January 1928. 5-7. At one time, White Motor also produced steam buses. Scientific Analysis Corporation, Steam Bus Symposium Proceedings 51, 1971, 237. The advantages of steam as a motive power have been long recognized. Its smooth, speedy acceleration, its flexibility, its freedom from noxious exhaust gases and its comparatively small number of slow-moving parts are among the factors which make the noiseless steam engine ideal for whose service. Miller, engineer in charge, Detroit Motor Bus Company, Detroit, Michigan, steam bus in actual service, bus transportation, Janu. Airy 1928, at 5. The advantages of electric bus operation over motor bus operation have also been acknowledged since at least the 1930s. The principal advantages of the troller bus as compared with the motor bus are: 1. Smoother operation, 2. Freedom from vibration, obnoxious gas fumes and engine heating, 3. More uniform control of power costs, 4. Performance characteristics of electric motor superior to those of gasoline engine. Transit Journal, October 15, 1932, at 479. As compared with the motor bus, the trolley bus gives greater comfort with less noise and no odors. Transit Journal, October 15, 1932, at 483. These past assessments of electric bus operations have validity today as well. According to a recent study of GM's most advanced EIP city uses, the U.S. Department of Transportation concluded that the most significant direction for future bus development is in the use of electric now. Such a vehicle would be both pollution-free and as nearly silent as possible. Urban Mass Transportation Administration, San Francisco EIP Project, Final Report 41, April 1972. See also the 1971 recommendation of the Philadelphia Department of Public Health that the Regional Transportation Authority, SEPTA, phase out diesels in favor of electric buses in order to eliminate the localized smoke and odor nuisances which are now causing numerous citizen complaints. City of Philadelphia, Department of Public Health. Statement to SEPTA on environmental impact of purchase of 100 new look, diesel, buses to, March 3, 1971. 238. In the early 1930s, General Motors did build a small number of electric buses for the Wisconsin Gas and Electric Company. Transit Journal, October 15, 1932, at 444. GM also delivered some all-service gas/electric combination buses to public transport of New Jersey in 1935. The hybrid buses were used in public transport's streetcar conversion program, which was financed and managed in part by General Motors. Transit Journal, May 1935, at 169, and July 1935, at 209, GM Streetcar, Finding of Fact, Supernote 163 at 18-19. 230. Lear Motors Corporation has developed a steam turbine bus which is one-third quieter than diesel buses and whose exhaust emissions are well within the rigorous 1975 emission standards established by the state of California for heavy-duty vehicles. Lear Motors Corporation, Progress Report, March 1973. Similarly, Mercedes-Benz has developed a hybrid OE prototype which runs silently and exhaust-free on battery power in town and recharges on diesel-electric power in less populated exurban areas. Significantly, Mercedes sells buses in over 130 other countries, but does not market city or intercity buses in the United States. 240. See Note 236 Supra. 21. See Note 173 Supra. 249. San Francisco, Seattle, Boston, Philadelphia, and Dayton operate electric bus fleets. All but Dayton's system, however, are small in number. Address of Clark P. Turner, Trackless Transit Vehicles. 27th Annual Ohio Transportation Engineering Conference, April 1973. Street cars, all built before 1954, are operated on a marginal basis in Boston, Cleveland, Newark, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, New Orleans, San Francisco, and El Paso. Der Stadtverkehr, May, June 1972, at 176. Attempts by General Motors to dieselize electric transportation in both Dayton and Seattle have been reported. 243. This comparative revenue estimate is derived in the following manner: due to its larger carrying capacity, one bus can supplant 35 automobiles. See Note 172, Supra. The price for an average city bus is about $40,000. American Transit Association, 1973. The estimated average retail selling price for new automobiles is $3.700. National Automobile Dealers Association, the franchised new car and truck dealer story, 1973. The average life of a diesel bus is 18 years. Toronto Transit Commission Report No. 5, November 5, 1969. The average life of an automobile is about 5 years. Motor Vehicle Manufacturers Association, 1972. Automobile Facts and Figures 31, 1973. Thus, during the life of one $40,000 business, GM could realize instead $466,200 in automobile sales. $3,700 x 35 x 18/5 equals $466,200, or more than 10 times the bus revenue. 244 The Toronto Transit Commission in its recent study of diesel versus electric bus operation assumes a useful life of 18 years for diesel and 25 years for an electric bus. See Note 243 Supra. Thus, the economic life of a diesel is 28% less than that of an electric bus. Toronto operating costs indicate the diesel at 22.41 cents per mile versus 16.02 for electric buses, or 40% higher. ID. As measured in terms of acceleration, diesel bus productivity is 9% lower than electric bus productivity. Derived from Dayton City Transit Fleet Study, 1972. The fundamental reason for the comparatively inferior performance of diesel buses arises from the nature of this type of motive power. Inherently, a diesel engine is less efficient in terms of the conversion of energy to work output than an electrically driven vehicle. A vehicle powered by a prime mover having only one perfectly balanced moving part and operating at less than 300 degrees Fahrenheit, 1.e, electric motor, cannot possibly be more expensive to operate and maintain than one having hundreds of moving parts and operating in excess of 1700 degrees Fahrenheit. Washington Society of Professional Engineers, Paper No. CA 172 at 2, January 1972. More specifically, the tractive efficiency of the GM diesel bus has been estimated at only 10.6% as compared with the 83.4% tractive efficiency of electric-powered buses. Washington Society of Professional Engineers, Paper No. CA 165 at 20-21, December 1966. In other words, due to the tremendous loss in conversion, fuel costs and hence overall operating costs are much higher for diesel buses. As one group of engineers has observed, even if motor fuel were free, it would still be cheaper to power a trolley or even a streetcar. ID at 23. 245 With respect to the public's reaction to diesel bus smoke, CEG EPA's statement that it receives more complaints on diesel odor than on any other pollution problems. Business Week, June 3, 1972, at 54D, the City of Philadelphia's Air Management Service recommendation in favor of electric rather than diesel-powered buses because of localized smoke and odor nuisances which are now causing numerous citizen complaints. See Note 224 Supra, at 2. The average noise level of electric buses has been measured at about 65 decibels compared with 94 to 95 decibels for a GM diesel bus. Robert M. Town and Associates, Inc., Seattle Transit Noise Study, March 3, 1970. Urban Mass Transportation Administration, San Francisco EIP Project, Final Report 22-23, April 1972. The correlation between acceleration, faster schedules, and ridership has long been recognized. See Note 237 Supra. It is not surprising, therefore, that in a recent poll conducted in Dayton, which operates both diesel and electric trolley buses, 70% of those interviewed stated that they preferred electric to diesel buses. Dayton Daily News. October 24, 1972, at 3. 246 It has been suggested, therefore, that dieselization results in certain bankruptcy of urban transit systems. Washington Society of Professional Engineers, Paper No. CA 172 at 8, January 1972. Since 1955, when GM ceased its overt dieselization programs, 530 bus companies have abandoned operations, leaving many cities without any transportation alternative to the automobile. Bus Transportation, February 1956, at 26, American Transit Association, 72-73 Transit Fact Book 3, 1973. 24 City and intercity motor bus ridership in 1952 amounted to 8.4 billion. Bus Transportation, February 1953, at 30 to 33. By 1972 city motor bus ridership had declined to 4.5 billion and intercity motor bus ridership had fallen to 125 million, or a combined loss since 1952 of 3.8 billion passengers. American Transit Association, 72 to 73 Transit Factbook S, 1973, National Association of Motor Bus Owners, Bus Facts 13, 1973. Bus sales have declined from 8,480 city and intercity buses in 1951 to 3,735 in 1972, or by about 56%. Bus transportation, February 1956. At 38 to 39, the Icon Transit Association, 72 to 73 Transit Factbook 17, 1973, National Association of Motor Bus Owners, Bus Facts 4, 1973. 249 Ward's Automotive Yearbooks, 1956, at 168, 1973. At 131. 340 GMC motorhomes are produced and assembled at a completely re-equipped GMC plant in Pontiac, whose history dates back 50 years and where transit coaches, military vehicles and light-duty trucks were formerly built. Automotive News, January 8, 1973. At 8:20 Complaint, United States v. General Motors Corp., GM, Locomotive Civil Antitrust Suit, 63 Civ. 80, at 11, N.D. Ill, filed January 14, 1963, the Winton Engine Company is unquestionably the outstanding diesel engine manufacturer in the United States. Letter from J. L. Pratt, GM Vice President, to GM Operations and Finance Committees, dated October 21, 1929, and reprinted in 1955 hearings, Supernote 190 at 4338. 201 Complaint, GM Locomotive Civil Suit, Supernote at 11, see also, extract from minutes of GM Finance Committee meeting of October 16, 1930, reprinted in 1955 hearings, Supernote 190 at 4345. 263 Since 1937, GM has been the nation's largest manufacturer of locomotives. From 1945 to date, it has secured from 57 to 84% of industry sales. General Motors, the locomotive industry and General Motors 75, May 1973. 253 comparative gross revenue figures were derived in the following manner. 1 GM powered passenger train can supplant 1,000 cars. Association of American Railroads, 1973. 1 GM powered freight train can displace a fleet of 150 GM heavy freight trucks. Association of American Railroads, 1973. The average price of a diesel locomotive is approximately $300. The average price for an over-the-road diesel truck tractor. GM builds truck tractors, other firms produce the trailer, or freight carrying section, 18 roughly $25,000. American Trucking Association, 1973, Association of American Railroads, 1973. The average economic life of a diesel locomotive is 15 years, the average life of an automobile is slightly more than 5 years, the average life of a heavy-duty truck is 7 years. Association of American Railroads, 1973, Motor Vehicle Manufacturers Association, 1973. Motor Truck Facts at 26, 1973, during the life of a single $300 GM diesel locomotive. Therefore, GM could realize $3,700 x 1,000 x 15 fifths, $11.1 million instead on the sale of automobiles, or, if the locomotive was for freight service, it could realize $25 x 150 x 15 sevenths, $8.0 million instead on the sale of diesel truck tractors. Thus, its revenues were 37 times larger for cars, and 27 times larger for trucks, than for train locomotives. 254. It is significant to note that if electric locomotives, which have a 30-year life, are considered, the comparative revenue figures for cars and trucks as measured against locomotives become 70 times and 50 times larger, respectively. See Note 272. Infra. 255. In 1935, GM accounted for 2.4% of total U.S. locomotive deliveries. General Motors, The Locomotive Industry and General Motors 75, May 1973. That year, there were 842 electric and 113 diesel locomotive units in service on American railroads, or a ratio of more than 7:1. ICC Transport Statistics in the United States, Railroads, at 8. 1969. At that time, General Electric was in the process of completing 5,000 horsepower steam turbine electric locomotives for the Union Pacific. 1955. Herrings, Super Note 190 at 3,982-83. 256. In November 1935, defendants, GM, subsidiary, Electromotive Corporation, issued standing instructions to the effect that its railroad freight shipments should be subject to the jurisdiction of its locomotive sales department. The effect has been to inject traffic considerations into the locomotive purchasing decisions of railroads. Government's answers to General Motors interrogatories. United States v. General Motors Corp., GM Locomotive Civil Suit, 63 Civ So, at 115-116, N.D. Ill, filed February 3, 1966. From 1935 to date, GM has been the nation's largest shipper of freight over railroads, accounting during the 1950s for about 15 million tons annually, and during the 1960s and early 1970s for about 20 million tons a year. Indictment, United States v. General Motors Corp. GM Locomotive Criminal Assault. 61 CR 356. At 4, SDNY, filed April 12, 1961, Railway. Age, June 26, 1972, at 28. 1971 GM Rail Freight Bill, Railway Age, September 25, 1972, at 14. 257 GM Locomotive Market Share reported of 80.1% in General Motors, Super Note 252, at 75, May 1973. As of December 31, 1970, the American locomotive fleet consists of 26.796 diesel, 252 electric and 13 steam units, respectively. Association of American Railroads, 1972 Yearbook of Railroad Facts 49, 1972. 255 Interoffice Memorandum from Mr. Franklin P. Awarder to Messrs. Leo F. Tierney, Bryson P. Burnham, Lee N. Abrams, entitled United States v. General Motors, Locomo Tires, Reciprocity as Proof of Offense of Monopolization under Section 2 of the Sherman Act, and dated September 13, 1963. 39 Confidential interview of March 1973 with former Department of Justice official. 2010 Indictment, GM, Locomotive Criminal Antitrust Suit, Super Note 256, at 17. 261 In the field of transportation, Westinghouse pioneered in railway electrification, developing the now widely used single-phase alternating current system. Moody's Industrial Manual, 2105, 1939. 232 Indictment, GM Locomotive Criminal Suit, Super Note 256, at 6. 261 Confidential interview of February 1973 with former Department of Justice official. 25 As of December 31, 1972, the American locomotive fleet consisted of 26,830 diesel, 212 electric, and 13 steam units. Association of American Railroads, Yearbook of Railroad Facts 50, 1973. GE accounted for about 17% of all railroad locomotives in 1971, Confidential Sources 1972. 280 G. Rogers, Memorandum on Operation of American Railroads by Diesel Power 37, unpublished, May 1973, Conway, The Electrification of American Railroads, 29 Annals of the American Academy of Political and Social Sciences 266, 267 to 272, 1907. 267 Transit Journal, January 1932, at 35. 265 Confidential Interview with former New Haven R.R., official in 1973. 369 C-No 283 Infra, and Brown and Marmoreau's, The Financial Return, on Railway Electrification, Proceedings of the AIEE July 1958, at 165. 270 C-No 272 Infra. 271 Interstate Commerce Commission, Passenger Fares, The New York, New Haven and Hartford Railroad, docket number 33332, at 26, 1960, hereinafter cited as ICC report. 277 ID at 29, 41. 273 ID at 27, 35 to 36. GM's representations are found in its report entitled Application of General Motors Diesel Motive Power on the Venn Railroad, October 1957, and filed in docket 33332 as ICC Exhibit 28. 374 In disregarding the advice of independent engineering consultants, the new Heron appears to have relied almost exclusively on the advice of General Motors, the diesel-electric locomotive manufacturer. The savings anticipated from a progressive elimination of electric locomotive operations proved to be a mirage. ID at 27. 263 ID. 94. 777 ID. 180 ID. 275 The ICC cited approvingly from a Gibbs and Hill study requested by the New Haven, which concluded that abandonment of electrification in favor of the GM diesels will result in a much higher investment and also higher operation, maintenance, and depreciation expense. ICC report, Super Note 271, at 32. The ICC found that the New Haven experienced substantial losses following its dieselization in 1956 as a result of a decline in freight and passenger traffic, not offset by corresponding decreases in operating cost. ID at 14. 270 ICC report, Super Note 271, at 15. 38 Moody's Transportation Manual 879 to 880, 1970. 370 Report of the Commission, 314 ICC 377, 386 to 87, 1961. 281 ID at 387. 289 Railway Age, July 9, 1973, at 26 to 27. 283 Rail Passenger Figures contained in Association of American Railroads, Yearbook of Railroad Facts 30, 1973. Freight revenue figures by mode reported in American Trucking Association, American Trucking Trends 16, 1973. The decline in rail passenger traffic has been attributed, at least in part, to dieselization. According to a report prepared by the U.S. Department of Commerce, GM-powered diesel trains, such as the Aero train, discourage patronage, people began to object to the level of noise and vibration at the higher speeds. Breakdowns were so numerous that passengers stayed away because of unreliability. U.S. Department of Commerce, Transportation Research Staff, the rate of technological progress in the railroad industry, contained in hearings before the Subcom. On Transportation and Aeronautics of the House Com. On Interstate and Foreign Com. On H.R. 5863, 89th CONG. First Sess. At 50, 1965. 286. Mr. Brown was for many years associated with the firm of Gibbs & Hill, Consulting Engineers, New York, Los Angeles, which was cited approvingly by the ICC for its recommendation opposing GM's dieselization of the New Haven RR. See Note 275 Supra. For an excellent exposition of the comparative costs of diesel versus electric railway operation, see his presentation before the British Institution of Mechanical Engineers, Economic Results of Diesel-Electric Motive Power on the Railways of the United States of America, 175 Proceedings of the Institution of Mechanical Engineers 257, 1961. See also, Brown and Kimball, A Reappraisal of the Economics of Railway Electrification, Paper 54-29 AIE, presented at the AIE Winter General Meeting January 18 to 22, 1954, Brown, Railway Electrification in the United States, Has It a Future? Presented to the New York Second Session AIE, Transportation Group, December 13, 1961. 285 Bus Transportation, August 1932, at 368. 286 Bus Transportation, July 1956, at 47. 287 Federal Trade Commission, Report on the Motor Vehicle Industry 64, 1939. Here. In after cited as FTC 1939 Report, 288 Britain, The Little Man's Stake in Motor Legislation, Bus Transportation, January 1933, at 34. 20 ID, at 52, 54. 29 ID. 294 ID. 201 ID. 292 B. Kelly, The Pavers and the Paved 50, 1971, as of October 1972, 45 of the 50 states had either constitutional or statutory restrictions on the use of gasoline taxes for any purpose except highway construction and maintenance. Shannon, The Untrustworthy Highway Fund, The New York Times Magazine, October 15, 1972, at 120. 293 According to the Financial and Accounting section of the Federal Highway Administration, the total non-federal capital outlays for state, city, and county roads during the period 1945 to 70 amounted to $155.46 billion. 294 W. Owen, The Accessible City 27, 1972. The highway lobby's opposition to rail transit continues unabated. In 1970, San Francisco's Mayor Joseph Alioto, for example, criticized the efforts of the auto lobby to defeat proposals to finance BART, a regional subway system still under construction. He cited the attempts of the automobile lobby to kill off BART because it looks on BART as competitive with their automobiles. Alioto, testimony in hearings before the House Subcom. On housing of the COMM, on banking and currency, on urban mass transportation 91st CONG 2nd, Sess. At 162. 1970, Forbes October 1, 1968, at 42. 295 C. Generally, H. Levitt Superhighway, Superhook CH. 2 and 136 to 139, 1970, Kelly, Super No 292 at 50, and the testimony of dozens of member organizations of NHUC, including the Automobile Manufacturers Association, the American Automobile Association, the American Trucking Association, the Automotive Safety Foundation, and the American Petroleum Institute in hearings before the House Committee on Public Works on Federal Aid Highway Act of 1954 83rd CONG Second Session, October 1954, and 84th CONG First Session, April, May, June 1955. Two campaign contributions have remained a key element in the highway lobby's political strategy. According to Forbes, for example, 13 of the 34 members of the House Public Works Committee, which has jurisdiction over highway legislation, received campaign contributions in 1968 from the highway lobby ranging from $500 to $3,000. It is also an accepted practice for NHUC to ask members of Congress to address their meetings for a fee that may run as high as $5,000. Forbes, the US Lopsided Transportation Budget, October 1, 1968, at 42. See also Levitt, Super No 295 at 139 to 140, 1970. Huffsome lobbying operations at the state level are considerable, as indicated by an interoffice memorandum to Huffsome President Ewell Fisher from Field Representative J.R. Justice, dated August 25, 1971, "We have a base and breadth of contact in the states and at the local level that is the envy of every organization that is aware of our work. With this already available to us, we could get the highway transportation story across to the news media in a personal and thorough manner." Another consideration is the vast potential within our own state highway user family that remains fertile soil for cultivation. Most of the organizations with which we work at the state level have some sort of newsletter, magazine, or other type of printed communication. There is some question in my mind, too, as to why we should want to pay for advertising when such great opportunities exist for free time on the air and in the press just for the taking. During the debates on the establishment of a National Defense Interstate Highway Program, the presence of ex-GM Vice President Charles E. Wilson in the Eisenhower Ad. 95. Administration as Secretary of Defense was of an inestimable value to the highway lobby. In this regard, see Levitt, Super No 295, at 45. Since at least the late 1930s, the Motor Vehicle Manufacturers Association, successor to the Automobile Manufacturers Association, has contributed vast sums of money both to NHUC and to purportedly unbiased academic/engineering groups such as the Automotive Safety Foundation and Harvard University Traffic Bureau. FTC 1939 Report Supra, No 207, at 17, 1919. For an illuminating discussion of the lobbying activities of the Automotive Safety Foundation, see Kelly, Super No 292, at 45 to 50. 297 An economist from the Association of American Railroads raised the question of the possible adverse effects on railroads of boosting highway transport. Levitt, Super No 295, at 40. 298 Shannon, Super No 292, at 122. 209 On January 7, 1970, the affiliation of the National Highway Users Conference and the Automotive Safety Foundation was made official at a press conference in the Mayflower Hotel in Washington, D.C. The resulting organization was named Highway Users Federation for Safety and Mobility. Kelly, Super No 292, at 55. The pro-highway, anti-rail objectives of the predecessor NHUC organization were assumed by the new Huffsome Group. Wall Street Journal, February 17, 1972 at 1. Huffsome's annual budget amounts to roughly $3 million a year, of which more than half comes from GM, Ford, and Chrysler. See Note 170 Supra. The 1973 budget of the Motor Vehicle Manufacturers Association amounts to $12,600,000. Automotive News, November 27, 1972, at 3. 361 Commentator has estimated that the auto companies and related highway interests spend $100 million annually lobbying for highways. Cameron. How the Interstate Changed the Face of the Nation. Fortune, July 1971, at $125. Another has placed the figure at $500 million a year. The U.S. lopsided transportation budget, Supernote 296, at $42,311 in response to recent public pressures for opening up the Highway Trust Fund to rail transit construction. HUFSM and MVMA have modified their automobile and trucks-only policy to allow for possible public funding of bus transit. The rationale has been explored elsewhere. The obvious ploy is to meet mass transit halfway, or seem to. Rising public complaints about the inadequacy of roads for moving large numbers of people are neatly soothed away. The small public revenues for mass transit are partly siphoned over to roads, and the gigantic public revenues for roads stay with the roads. Railway Age, January 10, 1972. For the automakers and their highway allies, bus transit is a far more preferable alternative than rail transit. As one article has noted, of course, buses require highways. Wall Street Journal, February 17, 1972, at 17. Buses, moreover, contribute to the sales of the industrial members of the highway lobby. They are manufactured by General Motors, fueled by oil companies, fitted with the tires of rubber manufacturers and operated over asphalt highways produced by oil company subsidiaries. Furthermore, bus transit could actually generate greater sales of cars and trucks. More specifically, HUFSM and MVM are suggesting the displacement of rail subwars by underground diesel busways. See, e.g. MVMA, the potential for bus rapid transit 48 to 50, 1970. It is not unreasonable to conclude, however, that the poisonous exhausts and tremendous noise of diesel buses in underground tunnels would very soon divert even the most dedicated transit patrons to automobiles. 302 annual budgets for the ATA, RPI, and IRT are reported in IRS Forms 990_return of organization exempt from income tax. See Note 170 Supra. 303 ID. Confirmed in telephone interviews during 1913 with personnel at the three respective organizations. 30+ in July 1973, a House Senate Conference Committee voted to permit limited monies from the $5 billion a year Federal Highway Trust Fund to be spent for rail systems beginning in fiscal 1976. But the token amount of assistance involved, $800 million, and the innumerable qualifications on its use, example cannot be diverted from an interstate highway project, limited the value of the legislation for rail transit development. 305 CEG, Ford's proposed construction of a 34-mile horizontal elevator system for Bradley International Airport at Hartford, Connecticut. Automotive News, August 27. 1973 308 C Note 339 Infra. 30 GM was awarded $500,000 by DOT to design a dual-mode transit bus based on the GMC Home. Washington Post, September 24, 1973 at A3. 308 Given their control over ground transport, the automakers do not seem concerned that rail transit will displace their automobiles. As Henry Ford II noted recently, cars are here to stay. Editorial, New York Times, November 28, 1973 at C45. 309 automobiles account for 85.2% of all personal trips, 82% of all work trips and 87.1% of all intercity travel. Motor Vehicle Manufacturers Association, Automobile Facts 35-37, 1972. Truck freight revenues in 1971 amounted to $79.7 billion, or 78% of total freight revenues for all transport modes. Motor Vehicle Manufacturers Association, Motor Truck Facts 32, 1973. 310 C Note 86 Supra. 311 private automobile transportation accounted for $101 billion in 1971, highway movement of freight by truck cost an additional $80 billion. Motor Vehicle Manufacturers Association, Motor Truck Facts 49, 1973. 312 comparative energy consumption figures obtained from RICE, System Energy and Future Transportation, Technology Review, January 1972, at 31, 34. 313. This diversion figure is derived as follows. One rail transit car during rush hour will carry as many urban riders as 50 automobiles. See Note 172 Supra. It will consume less than 1/5 the basic energy. RICE, Supra Note 312, at 34. See also Office of Emergency Preparedness, the potential for energy conservation, c. 5-0-7, October 1972. Currently, automobiles in urban service consume 35 billion gallons of fuel annually at a cost to consumers of $10.5 billion, assuming a pre-tax pump price of 30 cents per gallon. Equivalent capacity urban rail would consume 1/5 as much energy, or a saving of $8.4 billion a year. 314. Most missile-located freight traffic over medium and long distances has been moved by truck at higher unit costs than it could have been moved by rail. Conservatively, the cost of this missile location amounts to $5 billion per year in added freight costs to the prices of the goods, and it might double that amount or more. Nelson, Toward Rational Price Policies, in Williams, Supra Note 31, at 115 to 116. 96. 36. A comparison of passenger fatalities to passenger miles from 1961 through 1970 shows train travel to have been 23 times as safe as traveling by private automobile. Association of American Railroads, April 1972. Economic damages attributable to automobile accidents in 1971 amounted to an estimated $16.9 billion a year. Insurance Information Institute, Insurance Facts 48, 1972. 316. ID at 46, Sansom, EPA, The Automobile as a Social Machine, address delivered at Detroit January 10, 1973. 317. Private automobiles within the 2% of the U.S. continental area classified as urban used 35 billion gallons of fuel, 60% in trips of 22 miles or less. Urban trucking and parcel delivery consumed 5.4 billion gallons and institutional vehicles accounted for an additional 1.8 billion gallons of fuel, or a combined total of 42.2 billion gallons for urban motor vehicle transportation. By comparison, 41 billion gallons were burned in the other 98% of the country. RICE, Note 312 Supra, at 31 to 32. 318. In 1970, cars and trucks produced 120 million tons of carbon monoxide, hydrocarbons, oxides of nitrogen, and atmospheric lead emissions. An estimated 55%, or 66 million tons, was released in urban areas. Sansom, EPA, The Automobile as a Social Machine, Supra Note 316. 319. 119. Congressional Record S3559, Daily ed. February 28, 1973. 20c, Example Goldsmith, J.R., and S. A. Landau, Co. and Human Health, 162 Science 1352-1359, December 1968, Astrup, P. et al. Effects of Co-Exposure on the Arterial Walls, paper presented at the New York Academy of Sciences Conference on the Biological Effects of Carbon Monoxide, January 12-14, 1970, L. Nystrom, American Public Health Association Energy Policy Project, Working Draft, 1973. 321 C. E.G. The Conclusions of One Expert, nitrogen dioxide from the diesel engine dissolves in the moist mucus of our lungs to form nitric acid. This very powerful irritant in significant concentration has a severely damaging effect on the cilia and lining membranes of the lungs, and contributes significantly to the rapidly rising incidence of pulmonary emphysema, an affliction fast becoming one of society's major crippling diseases. Letter from Dr. Robert L. Reeves, MD, Virginia Mason Research Center, dated July 11, 1968. With respect to the carcinogenic effects of diesel emissions, another expert working in England has found that in 1 minute a diesel lorry expels 4 times the cancer-producing substances as are contained in the smoke of 350,000 cigarettes. Dr. Paul Coden, National Underwriters Magazine, July 17, 1964. The tendency for motor vehicle emissions to accelerate death by slowly destroying the body's ability to resist disease, causing people to die earlier of heart disease and chronic lung disease, has been noted by Dr. Bertram W. Karnaugh, Chief of the Environmental Health Section of the University of Illinois College of Medicine. Los Angeles Times, Vof. 5, 1971. See also, Note 156 Supra. 322 CEG, Netschurd, Supra Note 99, at 32. 323 The indirect route of fuel consumption via the central station is vastly more efficient than the direct route of fuel consumption in the vehicle. Therefore, even though electrification may add to the pollution problems involved in power generation, there cannot fail to be a net benefit for pollution abatement. ID 324 Fitch, Improving Urban Transportation, in Williams, Note 31 Supra, at 175, 1972, 325 W. Pfizer, Mastery of the Metropolis 29, 1962. 329 In fact, one authority places the space equivalency figure for rail_transit at 1/16 that of highways. Telephone interview, Mr. Robert Coultas, Executive Director, Institute for Rapid Transit, 1973. 327 See Note 93 Supra. 328. Urban Planning Division, Telephone interview, October 11, 1973, with reference to downtown urban area during rush hours. 329 W. Owen, The Metropolitan Transportation Problem 89, 1966. 330 Many people do not drive or do not have access to automobiles and cannot afford taxis. About 5% of the population is above 70 years of age, another 15% is in the 10 to 17 age bracket. A considerable number in the 17 to 10 age bracket cannot drive because of physical disabilities or for other reasons. Fitch, Improving Urban Transportation, in Williams, Note 31 Supra, at 173. Public support of auto-highway-oriented transportation in urban areas has greatly disadvantaged the poor. Less than half of those with poverty-level incomes, under $3,000, own an automobile. Most new jobs for unskilled and semi-skilled workers now being created are in the suburbs. The core city unemployed are, therefore, compelled to use low-quality, increasingly costly public transit to seek work. Often no transit is available at all. Their economic and social isolation solidifies. Urban Mass Transportation Administration. Program Background, April 1972. See also Wilson, The Goals of Transportation Policy. In Williams, Supra Note 31, at 38, see also Senator E. M. Kennedy, Needed, Mass Transit as well as Highways to Serve the People, 26 Lith Opinion 42, 44, 1972. 331 See text accompanying notes 451-3 Infra. In addition, new urban rail freight delivery systems are needed. As one student has observed, trucks are an important factor in the unsatisfactory performance of our ground transportation system, Our truck transport system contributes importantly to air, noise, and visual pollution along with its passenger, carrying counterparts, the automobile and the bus. And in cities, where virtually all freight movements are by trucks, congestion is very much a byproduct of freight as well as passenger transport. Lang, Demand and Supply, The Technology of Transportation, in Williams, Note 31 Supra, at 47, 55-56. 332 See text accompanying Note 454, Infra. 333 One of the participants in a May 1973 RAL Transit Seminar tour of Western Europe by American industry and government transportation officials said, Europe is surpassing the United States as far as moving people is concerned. They have technologically outdistanced us and we have little to give them. Railway Age, June 11, 1973, at p24. $4 According to the EPA plans, all automobile traffic could be barred from Los Angeles by 1977. In addition, Los Angeles might have to achieve a 60% cutback in the use of diesel-powered vehicles by that date. Similar, albeit less drastic, transportation controls were proposed by EPA for application to 16 other metropolitan areas. Wall St. Journal, June 18, 1973, at 2. 335 Voluntary public cutbacks to conserve gasoline, Department of the Interior Press. Release, Office of the Secretary, May 1, 1973. 8:30 Editorial by Henry Ford II New York Times, Supra, Note 308. R. 97. 387 The Washington Post, June 20, 1973, at A6. 388 Triple-trailer truck trains, which occupy 100 feet of highway are already in operation in California, Nevada, and Oregon. The Nation, March 5, 1973. 33 General Motors apparently proposed bus trains as early as 1967 in a study for the Southeastern Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission. General Motors, Metro Mode, A New Approach to Rapid Transit, 1967. The idea was presented subsequently in more detail by the predecessor organization to the MVMA. Automobile Manufacturers Association. The Potential for Bus Rapid Transit, 1970. The concept of 1430-unit bus trains and their operation in tunnels is described therein, particularly at 38, 56. 340 R.C. Gerstenberg, Remarks at the National Press Club Luncheon, Washington, D.C. September 22, 1972. p. 8. 341 See pages 12-35, Supra. 342 This concept is replicated in S. 1167, the Industrial Reorganization Act, introduced by Senator Philip A. Hart in March of 1973. If enacted, the bill would empower a special commission to determine for each of 7 concentrated industries, including automobiles, a. the maximum feasible number of competitors at every level without the loss of substantial economies, b. the minimum feasible degree of vertical integration without the loss of substantial economies, and c. the maximum feasible degree of ease of entry at every level. 119 Congressional Record S. 4361, S. 4363, Daily ed. March 12, 1973. 343 For a list of all automobile assembly and component plants, as well as proving grounds and technical centers, owned by these 4 corporations, see Motor Vehicle Manufacturers Association, Plants of U.S. Motor Vehicle Manufacturers in the United States and Canada, February 1973. 344 See text accompanying notes 362-363 Infra. 345 For a list of all truck assembly plants, see Ward's 1973 Automotive Yearbook 118. 346 See Note 343 Supra. 347 C. Example description of Porsche operations at P98 Infra. 348 As of December 31, 1972, General Motors Acceptance Corp. Reported assets amounting to $12.145 billion. Annual Report, General Motors. 349 Since at least 1925, GM has allegedly coerced its dealers into using its finance subsidiary, GMAC. 1956 Staff Report, Super Note 200, at 67-76. This practice, which is presumably pursued by Ford and Chrysler as well, has had the effect of injuring competition in the automobile finance lending market and depriving dealers and the consuming public thereby of access to alternative sources of financing. See, example 1968 hearings, Super Note 54, at 147-151. Separation of these auto finance subsidiaries from their auto manufacturing parents, therefore, would appear to be in the best interest of both dealers and public. ID. There is also some evidence that the large size of these companies generates diseconomies of scale. The annual interest cost burden of GMAC and other finance companies in the mid-1950s, for instance, indicated that GMAC's costs were actually higher than those of its major competitors. 1956 Staff Report, Super Note 200, at 76. Reorganizing the automaker's finance subsidiaries into several regional corporations, therefore, might be the best method of providing dealers and customers with adequate access to efficient finance alternatives. 350-1973 Hearings, Super Note 21, at 283. 351 Statement of ex-GM Vice President, John Z. DeLorean in Fortune, September 1973, at 266. 352 Sweden's Volvo and Saab, for example, have introduced team assembly production techniques in their respective automotive facilities. See, example New York Times, July 31, 1972. At 37, the London Financial Times, March 12, 1973, at 12. 353 Congressional Record, April 26, 1934, at 7435. 354 ID. At 7434-7439, 1955 Hearings, Super Note 190, at 4292-4293, 4294, 4305-4307. 355 Sloan, Super Note 114, at 341, 363. 356-1955 Hearings, Super Note 190, at 4306-4307. 357 Industry data provided by confidential sources, 1973. 358 See text accompanying notes 345-347 Supra. 359 Industry data provided by confidential sources, 1973. 360 See text accompanying notes 436-454 Infra. 361 The mechanical problems involved in effective industrial reorganization have only recently been explored in the antitrust law and economics literature. See, for example, Baldwin Selective Divestiture High Spin-off and Lottery, A Modest Proposal, 6 Antitrust Law and Economics Review 108, Winter 1972-73, Funder et al., Compliance with Divestiture Orders under Section 7 of the Clayton Act, an analysis of the relief obtained, 17 Antitrust Bulletin 19, Spring 1972, Elzinga, Mergers, Their Causes and Cures. 2 Antitrust Law and Economics Review 53, Fall 1968. 302 Bain, Industrial Organization, Supernote 2 at 296, Vatter, Supernote 56 at 213. 303. As a result, automobile manufacturers generally distributed their products to independent wholesalers and retailers who resold to the public. FTC 1939 report, Supernote 287 at 106 to 110. 384. Engaged only in the assembly and sale of completed vehicles, early producers were therefore able to shift the financial burdens of automobile production to owners of already existing capital equipment, the specialized parts manufacturers. L. Seltzer, A Financial History of the Automobile Industry 1928, Lanzelotti, Supernote 99 at 314. The assemblers were able to reduce their capital requirements further by purchasing parts on credit and then selling cars to dealers on a cash basis. Seltzer, Supra, at 20 to 21, FTC 1939 report, Supernote 287 at 108. Many of these firms were able to lower start-up costs and further by leasing rather than purchasing assembly facilities. Vatter, Supernote 56 at 217. 385 of the $100,000 in stock originally subscribed to by a dozen people, $72,000 was paid in the form of patents, machinery, and supplies. Seitzer, Supernote 364 at 88.5. In 1973 dollars. This entry cost would have amounted to approximately $139,000. Department of Commerce, Bureau of Labor Statistics. Purchasing power of the consumer dollar, based on the estimated consumer price index, adjusted by CPI all items. July 1973. 98. 306. The number of assemblers for 1921 is reported in R. Epstein, The Automobile Industry 176, 1928. Automobile factory sales that year amounted to 1,468,067. Automobile Manufacturers Association, 1971. Automobile Facts and Figures 3, 1972. 397. In 1972, automobile factory sales amounted to 8,823,938. Automotive News, 1973. Almanac Issue, 2, 1973. 38. During the period 1900 to 1915, there were over 100 assemblers of electric cars, including Detroit Electric Car, 1906 to 23, Woods Motor Vehicle, 1913 to 18, Borland Grannis, 1913 to 16, and Ohio Electric Car, 1910 to 18. J. Hearings Electric, Supernote 95, at 15, Epstein, Supernote 366, at 377 to 382. Likewise there was a sizable number of steam car assemblers. In 1900, at the first American Automobile Show, nearly two-thirds of the show space was devoted to steam cars. Seltzer, Supernote 364, at 18. 868 hearings before the Senate Subcom. On antitrust and monopoly of the Com. On the judiciary on governmental intervention in the market mechanism. The petroleum industry, 91st Cong, 1st Sess. 580, 1969. 870. A Locomobile Stanley steamer achieved a top speed of 195 mph in tests at Ormond Beach, FLA, in 1907. The steam automobile had only 37 moving parts fewer than the carburetor on some 1972 automobiles. It also would have surpassed the 1975-76 exhaust emission requirements of the Clean Air Act. National Observer, April 29, 1972, at 1:16. 371. Epstein, Supernote 366, at 176. 372-1958 report Super Note 55 at 8 to 9. 373 C Note 98 Supra. 374 by 1926, electric car manufacturers had ceased production, although Detroit Electric still made cars on special order in the 1930s. J. Hearing's Electric, Super Note 95, at 15, Automotive News, 1973 Almanac Issue, 24-25, 1973. Locomobile, manufacturer of the Stanley steamer, ceased production in 1927. Automotive News, 1973. Almanac Issue, 24-25, 1973. 375 Ever since the drive for a non-polluting and safer car began, the great, gleaming laboratories of the big automakers have rolled out a succession of developments, new type engines, and experimental electric cars, all of them seeming to prove only that nothing can soon replace the present, polluting internal combustion engine, which may be just what the companies wanted to prove. Lessing, Why the US Lags in Technology, Super Note 78 at 146. 376 CFTC 1939 Report, Super Note 287 at 421-423, Lanzelotti, Super Note 99 at 317. 377 Lanzelotti, Super Note 99 at 317. In addition to those listed, the assemblers AC acquired consisted of Elmore Manufacturing, Ewing Automobile, Marquette Motor, Rainier Motor Car, and Garland Motor. FTC 1939 Report, Super Note 287 at 442-455. 378 The 12 additional assemblers acquired were Carter Car, Randolph Motor Car, Welch Motor Car, Chevrolet Motor of Delaware, Chevrolet Motor of California, Chevrolet Motor of Michigan, Chevrolet Motor of New York, Chevrolet Motor of Texas, Little Motor, Inter State Motor Car, Scripps Booth and Industrial Terminal Saxon. FTC 1939 Report, Super Note 287, 442-4482. GM's unsuccessful bid to acquire Dodge is alluded to in Lanzelotti, Super Note S9 at 321. 379 FTC 1939 Report, Super Note 287 at 643, Acquisition of Lincoln, 539-565, AC Acquisition of Chalmers and Dodge Properties, 695, Acquisition of Stock Control of Lafayette. 380 GM's pre-World War I automotive acquisitions included W.F. Stewart Co., 1908, Hodes, Northway Motor and Manufacturing Co., 1909, Motors, Transmission, Gears, Michigan Auto Parts Co., 1909, Motors, Transmissions, Gears, Seger Engine Works, 1909, Motors, Transmissions, Gears, Weston Mott Co., 1909, Wheels, Axles, Dow Rim Co., 1909, Wheel Rims, Haley Lamp Co., 1910, Automotive Lamps, Haley Electric Co., 1910, Automotive Lamps, Tipless Lamp Co., 1910. Automotive Lamps. Novelty. Incandescent Lamp Co., 1910, Automotive Lamps, Champion Ignition Co., 1910, Spark Plugs, Jackson Church Wilcox, 1910, Motors, Transmissions, Gears, and Michigan Motor Castings Co., 1910, Motors, Transmissions, Gears. ID, at 442-482. The original plan of the Ford Motor Co. was to purchase from various manufacturers the engines, bodies, wheels, tires, and other parts and to assemble these into the complete Inachins, according to plans worked out by Henry Ford. ID at 625. But Ford reversed this policy and, with the construction of facilities at Highland Park, near Detroit, began intensive in-house integration upstream into components production. ID 626-63, Chrysler's 1928 acquisition of the assets of Dodge Brothers Inc. included several automotive component production plants. ID at 554-556. 351. In addition to the acquisitions listed in Note 380 Supra, the following automotive parts companies were purchased by General Motors prior to 1937. Armstrong Spring Co., 1923, Auto Springs, Brown Lipe Chapin Co., 1922, largest manufacturer of differential gears Crosley Radio Kokomo Plant, 1936, Auto Radios, Dayfan Electric Co., 1929, Auto Radios, Toledo Chevrolet Motor Co., 1918, Transmissions, Gears, St. Louis Manufacturing Corp., 1918, Antibodies, Chevrolet Motor Co. of Bay City, 1918, Motor Parts, Axles, Jackson Steel Products Co., 1918, Auto Parts, Hyatt Roller Bearing Co., 1918, Auto Parts, Remy Electric Co., 1918, Auto Parts, United Motors Corp., 1918, Auto Parts. Dayton Engineering Laboratories, 1918, Auto Parts, New Departure Manufacturing Co., 1918, Auto Parts. Also Perlman Rim Corp., 1918, Auto Parts, Fisher Body Corp., 1926, Auto Bodies, Turnstedt Manufacturing Co., 1926, Auto Body Hardware, Stampings, National Plate Glass, 1926, Plate Glass, Fleetwood Body Corp., 1926, Auto Bodies, Northeast Electric Co., 1929, Auto Electric Equipment, Domestic Engineering Co., 1919, Electric Motors, Harrison Radiator Corp., 1918, Radiators, Lancaster Steel Products, 1918, Auto Parts, Saginaw Malleable Iron Co., 1918-20. Auto Parts, Claxon Co., 1919, Auto Parts, Michigan Crankshaft Co., 1919, Auto Parts, T.W. Warner Co., 1921, Auto Parts, Guide Lamp Co., 1928, Auto Parts, Liberty Starter Co., 1932, Auto Parts, Packard Electric Co., 1932, Auto Parts. ID at 458-482. 382 Sloan, Supra Note 114 at 167, Seltzer, Supra Note 364 at 212. By 1928, annual restyling had become an industry practice. Menge has argued that since the mid-1920s, slowly and inexorably a code of behavior based upon rapid periodic style change drove the small producers from the industry. Style change costs as a market weapon, 76 Quarterly Journal of Economics 632,634, 1962. 99. ******. 353 Bain, Industrial Organization, Supra Note 2 at 296. 384 For a firm engaged in both mass production and assembly of annually modified bodies and engines, the optimally efficient output was from 3 to 5 times greater than that required for mere assembly operation. The critical stage in plant economies is found in the production of body and engine components, not in assembly operations. Optimal size for assembly purposes ranges from 60,000 to 180,000 units per year. Integrated optimal production scale requires volumes from 300,000 to 600,000 units per year. Bain, Barriers, Supra Note 3 at 215. 385 Estimate by Paul Hoffman of Studebaker Corp., 21 TNEC Hearings 11218, 1941. 380 for a graphic and detailed analysis of the impact of annual style change on small volume producers, see Mange, Supernote 382, Snell, Supernote 2. 1 preeminent economist has summarized its significance in the following words: for smaller auto producers a rapid rate of styling change is almost unambiguously disadvantageous. If they match the giants in frequency of change, they must amortize the fixed costs of redesign and retooling over a smaller volume, suffering substantially higher unit costs. If they change models less frequently, recent experience suggests, they will sacrifice market penetration. For them, the styling rivalry game offers little but negative payoffs. And there is no way for them to escape other than leaving the industry, as the smaller companies have done, one by one, since the rules are dictated by producers willing to accelerate the pace. Schurer, Supernote 1, at 340. See also, Blair, Supernote 1, at 334 to 338. 357 see Note 363 Supra. 358 General Motors policy was propounded in a meeting of its General Sales Committee. On May 4, 1925, the fact is well recognized that there is inherent advantage in exclusive dealer representation. Therefore, at all places where a volume of business is obtainable and other circumstances permit, the condition of exclusive representation should be insisted upon by each division where exclusive representation is impracticable. It is desirable to effect dual representation by coupling up the product of two or more General Motors divisions, rather than with competitive mono. 33 ID. Factures. FTC 1939 Report, Supernote 287 at 256, the exclusive dealing policies of Ford and Chrysler are described at 252 to 255. 389 ID at 257. 300 Continental sold 3.310 cars in 1933, only 953 in 1934, apparently the last year of production. Automotive and Aviation Industries, March 15, 1946, at 88. 301 See generally, Crandall, Vertical Integration and the Market for Repair Parts in the U.S. Automobile Industry, 16 Journal of Industrial Economics 224, July 1968, 399 For the underlying calculations used in this comparison, see Snell Supernote 2. At 587 to 590. 394 C, e.g., General Motors, Supernote 27, at 71 to 75, R. Bork and W. Bowman, Concentration, Oligopoly, and Automobiles, paper presented to a meeting of General Motors executives in 1970, at 32 to 46. 395 Moreover, growth beyond a minimum required size does not imply any reduction in economic efficiency. General Motors' growth has been accompanied by and continues to generate efficiencies. General Motors, Supernote 27, at 74. 293 Barriers, Supernote 3, at 245. 307 G. Maxey and A. Silberstein, The Motor Industry, 77 to 84, 1959. Rees, European Auto Industry Meets Common Market Challenge, European Community, 19, February. Airy, March 1973. 398 Janarjanson and Berg, European Motor Industry, Mergers vs. Competition. Inter-Economics 220, September 1968, a summary of H. Jurgensen and H. Berg, Concentration und Wettbewerb in Gemeinsamen Market das Beispiel der Automobil Industry, 1968, Goettingen. 399 In 1972, the four automakers' 44 assembly plants produced 8.8 million passenger cars, or an average of 200,000 per plant. Derived from figures reported in Automotive News, 1973 Almanac Issue, 2, 58, 1973. GM has also announced plans to construct 2 new assembly plants with annual production levels of about 250,000 cars each. Wall Street Journal, August 10, 1973, at 3:400 example General Motors, Super Note 27, at 74-75, white, Super Note 52 at 77-87. 401 Crandall, Super Note 15 at 219. See also, J. Mensch, Internal Transfer Pricing and Vertical Integration in the Automobile Industry, unpublished PhD dissertation, MIT. 1959, at 313-348. 402 This economist argued that integration may be undertaken at the expense of economies of specialization. To correct this inefficiency, she recommended vertical disintegration and cited the auto industry as a likely beneficiary of such a reorganization. Robin Sun, Super Note 15, at 339-340. 103 The principal early assemblers of trucks are listed in Epstein, Super Note 366, at 382-384. Between 1917 and 1936, an estimated 372 truck assemblers exited from the industry. FTC 1939 report, Super Note 287, at 85. By 1938, only 63 remained. 404 General Motors, for example, acquired several truck producers including Rapid Motor Vehicle, 1908, Reliance Motor Truck, 1909. National Motor Truck, 1918, and Yellow Truck, 1925. FTC 1939 report, Super Note 287, at 449-450, 455, pound, Super Note 163, at 310-317. In 1930, it also acquired Martin Perry, then the largest producer of truck bodies. ID, at 315. At least a dozen of the independent car producers eliminated after 1923 maintained truck divisions, including Packard, Studebaker, Graham Page, Crosley, Pierce, Arrow, Rio, and Willis. Automotive News, 1973 Almanac Issue, 26-27, 1973. 405 C Note 145 Supra. 406 In 1922, there were more than 150 manufacturers of buses alone. Automotive Council for War Production, 20 Years Progress, Super Note 230, at 214. Detailed lists of hundreds of locomotive, streetcar, interurban, and rail car builders are contained in Charlton, Railway Car Builders of the United States and Canada, Interurbans, Special Number 24, 1957, I. Arnold, Locomotive, Trolley, and Rail Car Builders, 1965. 107 General Motors has dominated bus production since its diversified acquisition in 1925 of Yellow Coach, which at that time was the largest producer of city and intercity buses. See Note 17 Supra. 100. 408 In the 1920s, Fajal Motors, Doble Steam Motors and White Motor produced steam buses. J. Ray, American Automobile Manufacturers 187, 1959, see Note 236 Supra. Early manufacturers of electric, trolley, buses included ACF Briley, St. Louis Car, Twin Coach, Brockway, and Cincinnati Car. Electric Railway Journal, January 1930, at 37-40. Double-deck buses were first built around 1912. Fifth Avenue Coach, one of the principal manufacturers of this variety of buses, was acquired by GM in 1925 and withdrawn from production. GM Streetcar, Findings of Fact, Supernote 163, at 14, Automotive Council for War Production, Supernote 230, at 230. Articulated, multiple unit, buses were first produced by twin coach in the 1920s. Der Stadtverkehr, October 1972, at 340. Pullman, Brill, St. Louis Car, Barney and Smith Car, Jewett Car, American Car, and Cincinnati Car were among the principal builders of electric streetcars and equipment for high-speed electric interurban trains. See Charlton, Supernote 292. 409. With respect to the city bus industry, for instance, one student has noted, the urban bus, after all, has undergone little substantial change since the 1930s except in the dubious matter of becoming bigger. Ray, The Evolution of the Motor Bus as a Transport Mode, 5 High-Speed Ground Transportation, Summer 1971, at 231. Likewise, rail technology has stagnated. Largely as a result, the federal government is currently spending more than $506 million a year to improve the state of bus and rail technology. Data obtained for year 1973 by telephone interviews with personnel of the Urban Mass Transportation Administration and the Federal Railroad Administration, both agencies of the U.S. Department of Transportation. 410. The combined population of West Germany, France, and Japan amounted to 213 million in 1972. U.S. population that year reached 203 million. In 1971, the United States produced 8.6 million cars. By comparison, West Germany, France, and Japan produced a total of 10.2 million automobiles. Automobile International, Supernote 5. At 9. The 20 competing automakers which operate production facilities in these three countries are as follows. West Germany, BMW, Fiat, Germany, Ford, Mercedes-Benz, Opel, General Motors, Porsche, Volkswagen. France, Alpine, Citroën, Matra, Peugeot, Renault, Simca, Chrysler. Japan, Honda, Isuzu, Mitsubishi, Nissan, Suzuki, Toyo Kagyo, Toyota. Automobile International. Supernote 59, at 4, 8, B. Hakey and P. Lynch. The Market for Automotive Parts in Germany, France, and Italy, 1970, National Economic Development Office. Jane and its Motor Industry and Market, 1971. 411. See generally, Hake and Lynch. Supernote 410, at 29 to 155, National Economic Development Office, Supernote 410, at 96 to 103, 123. 112. With the exception of body panels, which it stamps in-house. Porsche purchases all components outside. Interview. July 1973. Suzuki manufactures only 12% high value of the parts which it uses for passenger car assembly. National Economic Development Office, Supernote 410. At 99. Moreover, Porsche has distributed its cars in the past through the Volkswagen network. Interview, July 1973, Christian Science Monitor, Feb. 11, 1970. 413. In other words, a single dealer may handle the products of several competing automobile manufacturers. This is commonly referred to in Europe as supermarket operations. Some firms, such as Porsche, contract with others in the use of a common distribution network. Rather than undertaking the tremendous expense involved in integrating downstream into distribution, Porsche has contracted for the use of Volkswagen's wholesale and retail sales organization. Interview, July 1973. 414. There are well over 300 different models available in the European market. Br contrast, the 4 American automakers produce only 90 models. In addition, the variety of products is far greater in Europe. The European industry is now making every conceivable kind of motor car. From the tiny Fiat 500 runabout to the enormous Rolls-Royce Corniche or Mercedes 600. The Financial Times. September 13. 1972, at 20. The performance alternatives are striking in terms of propulsion systems, for example, diesel, Mercedes, stratified charge, Honda, rotary, Tourn-Cogvo. VSI, electric, Daihatsu. The automotive manufacturers abroad have proved to be more innovative. European braking systems long have been far ahead of those in the United States. Disc brakes on N-reduction models were introduced as standard equipment as far back as 1955. Radial ply tires originated in Europe more than 2 decades ago. Seat belts of the Land variety and later the 3-point shoulder harness, were first introduced abroad as standard equipment. Many other innovations such as computerized fuel injection for air pollution control and energy-absorbing steering columns could be noted. Statement of R. Millett, Hearings before the Subcommittee on Antitrust and Monopoly of the Senate Committee on the Judiciary on the Automotive Repair Industry. 91st Cong, 1st Sess, at 862, 1969. 415 The tendency to use common, interchange all components as an alternative to components integration is an increasing phenomenon in Europe. The Economist, January F. 1973, at 50-51. At the same time, European producers have shunned the annual restyling price tices of the American automakers. In recent years, automotive trim on U.S. passenger cars has changed every year, body error 3 years, and engine transmission every 7 years. These norms stand in marked contrast to European standards, which are double the time cycle. Citroën redesigns its vehicles every 25 years, and other firms such as Volkswagen, Merc-Urals, and Volvo have stabilizer design and tooling over much more extended periods than U.S. manufacturers. Berenson, Economies of Scale in Automotive Industry unpublished working paper, February 28, 1973, at 2. C. Allen, Millett. Supernote 414, at 861, production changes are made from time to time to debug and improve the basic model, but most tooling costs, especially those related to styling, are amortized over 5 to 10 years of production. 410 C. Note 104 Supra. Daihatsu Kogyo began marketing an electric car in 1972. The Oriental Economist, March 1972, at 50. Suzuki announced in May of 1973 that it had developed a 3-cylinder, 2-cycle engine that would meet U.S. emission standards for both 1975 and 1976. Automotive News, May 7, 1973, at 2. 417 C. Note 74 Supra. 418 The FLA long life car was built to last 20 years. According to Porsche engineers, specially chosen raw materials which can be either recycled and new construction methods should help to reach that target durability without making the car too expensive. Automotive News, October 1, 1973, at 3. 101. 118 In 1971, Germany exported 58% of its motor vehicles. The Times, March 7, 1972, European cars, at IL. That year, Sweden exported about 67% of its cars. ID at 3. 120 National Economic Development Office, Supernote 410 at 145. Automobile Inter. National, Supernote 59, at 9:13. 121 In 1971 for example, the United States exported 35,504 passenger cars abroad, or less than 1% of its total production that year of 8.58 million. Automobile Inter. Podional, Super Note 59, at 9:13. 122. The rotary engine was developed by Dr. Felix Wankel in conjunction with NSU in 1957. That year, NSU produced 16,651 cars. Motor Vehicle Manufacturers Association, 1971. World Motor Vehicle Data 38, August 1972. Fortune, July 1972, at 76-77, 79. 123. In 1967, Toyo Kogyo began production of its first rotary engine car, the Cosmo Sport. Fortune, July 1972, at 77. Soon thereafter, the 110 Mazda rotary car was introduced, followed in 1969 by the Mazda R100, which was marketed in the United States a year later. Duns, May 1973, at 142. 124. See Note 418. Supra. 425. In 1972, Porsche produced 14,265 cars. Porsche, Annual Review, December 21, 1972. Nearly all components are bought in. In fact, 75% of all production costs are attributed to purchases from outside suppliers. Interview with Porsche executives, July 1973. 438. See Note 413. Supra. 127. Porsche constructed a development center in Weissach, near Stuttgart, in 1971. Research and development was transferred from the company's main facilities in Stuttgart-Zuffenhausen to Weissach so that Porsche could undertake R&D for other auto manufacturers, especially Volkswagen. Porsche Pressemitteilung, press release. 1971, assembly plant, sheet metal, body, pressing shop and administration building. Are located in Stuttgart-Zuffenhausen. 428. According to one trade respondent, the major production activity of Porsche consists of inspecting the parts they buy, and they buy everything. As reported by Hake and Lynch, Super Note 410, at 31. 429. Interview of July 1973. 430. See text accompanying notes 396 to 399. Supra. 431. The 19 competing truck producers, with 42% or more of their respective national markets, are distributed as follows: W. Germany, Daimler-Benz, Ford, Klockner H. Deutz, MAN, Opel, GM, Volkswagen. France, Berliet, Citroën, Peugeot, Renault, Savium, FFSA. Japan: Honda, Isuzu, Mitsubishi, Nissan, Suzuki, Toyo Kogyo, Toyota. Automobile International, Super Note 59, at 4:8. By comparison, only 7 truck manufacturers account for 0.5% or more of production in the United States: GM, Ford, Chrysler, Dodge, AMC, Jeep, International, Mack, and White. Ward's Automotive Yearbook 126, 1973. The combined 1971 production of trucks by West Germany, France, and Japan amounted to 2,644,769. U.S. production that year reached 2,087,278. Automotive Industries, August 1, 1972, at 42. 432. Interviews with several European and Japanese truck producers, 1973. 433. Duns, May 1973, at 144. 434. ID. 435. Wall Street Journal, April 25, 1972, at 15. Der Stadtverkehr, November-December, 1972, at 393, Electric Vehicle News, February 1973, at 26:29. 436. The 26 bus builders are as follows. West Germany, Awarder, Neoplan, Bussing, Duwag, Kasperer, K, H, D, MAN, Daimler-Benz, Aero, Ludwig, Orenstein and Koppel, Krupp, Vetter, Wagon Union. France, Berliet, Citroën, Heuliez, Peugeot, SAVM Japan, Toyota, Isuzu, Kawasaki, Mitsubishi, Nissan Diesel, Tokyo Car, Toshiba, Toyo, Naniwa Koki. Louis T. Clotter and Associates, Worldwide Transit Supplies and Manufacturers for 1973, 2, 4-5, March 1973, various issues of Der Stadtverkehr. The 23 producers of rail transit cars are as follows: West Germany, MAN Messerschmitt, Hansa, Link Hoffmann Busch, Orenstein and Koppel, Duwag, K, H, D, Skums, Talbot, Rostet, Wegmann, Wagon Union. France, MTE, CIMT, Brissot-Noët Lots, Carrel Fouge. Japan, Fuji, Hitachi, Kawasaki, Kisha, Nippon Sharyo, Rikoku, Tokyo. Louis T. Clotter and Associates, Supra, at 7-11, Jane's World Railways 1971-72. The foregoing list includes producers of light and rapid rail transit cars. The 33 manufacturers of locomotives are as follows. West Germany, Krauss Maffei. K, H, D, Link Hoffmann. Busch, Krupp, Gmander, Henschel, Jung, Dyma, Orenstein and Koppel, Rheinstahl, Rorthaler, Skoma. France, Alcatel Société, Brissot-Noët Lots, CFD, CDA/FDL, Company Electro/M, De Dietrich, De Caville, Fives Lilkale, Alstom, MTE, ANF Frangico. Japan, Fuji Car, Fuji Heavy Industries, Hitachi, Kawasaki, Kisha Seizo Kaisha, Kyosan Koga, Mitsubishi, Nippon Sharyo Selzo, Teikoku Car, Tokyo Car, Toyo Koki KK. Significantly, 23 of these firms produce electric locomotives. Louis T. Clotter and Associates, Supra, at 12-20, Jane's World Railways 1971-72, Supra. This list, moreover, does not include some outstanding non-locomotive builders of electric train sets such as Messerschmitt of Germany and Kinki of Japan. 437. See Note 173 Supra. 488. The combined output of these three countries in _1971 amounted to 50,395 buses. Automotive Industries, August 1, 1972, at 42. Daimler-Benz produced 8,047, Rota AC counted for 14.329, including 4,098 produced by Hino, and Nissan produced 7,647 buses. Der Stadtverkehr, February 1972, at 68, Automotive News, 1972 Almanac issue. At 55, 1972. 10 Mitsubishi produced 222,890 cars in 1972. Total Japanese production amounted to more than 4 million that year. Automotive News, 1973 Almanac issue, at 50, 1973. Mitsubishi is the third largest Japanese locomotive manufacturer. Letter from Japanese National Railways, dated November 14, 1973. 40 Congressional Record, Senate, June 23, 1969, at S16826. 102. 442 ID 441 ID. At 16,827. 143 Frankfurt, Cologne, Munich, Essen, Dortmund, Stuttgart, Hanover, and Nuremberg. Several other German cities, including Düsseldorf and Bremen, are expected to begin construction shortly. ID, at 16,827. 144 in Japan, for example, only 8% of all intercity travel is by automobile. CBS, The 21st Century Script, 1973. In Germany and France, approximately 60% of all freight moves by rail. Interviews with transportation attaches of German and French embassies, 1973. 45 Paris figure reported in Ambassade de France, Service de Presse ETD Information, December 1971, at 45. Tokyo figure obtained by telephone interview in April 1973 with W. Owen, Senior Fellow and Transportation Specialist of the Brookings Institution. 448 U.S. Bureau of the Census, General Social and Economic Characteristics 1970 Census, at 34 to 345, 346, 446, 1972. 447 in the United States, the rail/truck intercity tonnage ratio splits at roughly 54/46 in favor of trucks. Motor Vehicle Manufacturers Association, 1973 Motor Truck Facts 30. By contrast, in Germany the rail/truck tonnage ratio is split about 60/40 in favor of rails. See Note 444 Supra. 448 Daimler-Benz has produced the OE 302 hybrid electric bus. The bus is equipped with both diesel-electric power for use in the open country and pure electric power for use in cities. MAN's electric bus, battery-powered, is now in daily use on the streets of Koblenz in Germany. OECD, Bus Optimization in Urban Areas 82, 1972. 449 Naniwa Koki is a Japanese producer of modern electric trolley buses. Louis T. Clotter and Associates, Super No 298, at 5, Société Saval of France has produced electric battery-powered buses which are currently in service in French cities. 450 Awarder KG, Bussing, and Orenstein and Koppel, Germany, and British Leland, Great Britain, manufacture double-deck buses. MAN and Kasbauer, Germany, produce articulated, multi-unit, buses. Various issues of Der Stadtverkehr, 1972. Giro buses with electric flywheel stored energy motors have been produced for use in Yverdon, Switzerland, Ghent, Belgium, and Leopoldville, Congo. Proceedings of the UITP, 39th Congress, 1971. 451 Railway Age, February 12, 1973, at 16 to 17, 27. 452 Letter from Japanese National Railways, dated October 29, 1973. 453 Jane's World Railways, 1971 to 72, at 592 to 593. 451 Louis T. Clotter and Associates, Supra Note .136, at 7. 455, 1955 Hearings, Supra Note 190, at 4294, 4302, 4305 to 4307. At 4294, 4302, 4305 to 4307. 458 Financial data for TWA, Eastern Airlines, Bendix, and North American Rockwell Industries, obtained from relevant volumes of Moody's investment manuals. Hertz data obtained from annual reports and former Hertz officials. 457 Hearings before the Subcommittee on Antitrust and Monopoly of the Senate Committee on the Judiciary on Administered Prices, PT7, Automobiles, 85th Cong, 2D Ses, at 3861, 1958. 458 confidential interviews with former Hertz officials, 1973. 459 ID, see Note 465 Infra. Infra. 460 Annual Report, 1958, at 5 to 7. 462 Confidential Interviews with Former Hertz Officials, 1973. 463 See text accompanying Note 460 Supra. 464 Confidential Interviews with Former Hertz Officials, Hertz Corp Annual Report, 1958. At 7. 465 Calculated from statistics contained in the Hertz Corp Annual Reports for years 1954 through 1958. 466 Hertz Corp Annual Report, 1958, at 7. 487 See Note 465 Supra. 468, 1968 Hearings, Note 54 Supra, at 413 to 414. 460 Hearings, Administered Prices, Automobiles, Note 457 Supra, at 2893, 2895. 470 ID, at 2503. 471 Confidential Interview with Former Department of Justice Official, 1973. 472 See Note 490 Infra. 473 New York Times, September 22, 1971, at 65. 474 The Department of Justice or Federal Trade Commission might sue to enforce the proposed reorganization based on the numerous violations of the Sherman, Clayton, and FTC antitrust acts set forth in this memorandum. Corporate violations of these statutes have been held by the Supreme Court to constitute proper grounds for the type of structural reorganization advocated here when other remedies alone could not adequately dissipate undue market concentration and restore competitive conditions. E.g., United States v. American Tobacco Co., 221 U.S. 106, 1911, and United States v. Grinley Corp., 384 U.S. 563, 1966, Sherman Act, Sector 2 cases, United States v. DuPont, GM DuPont. 366 U.S. 316, 1961, Clayton Act, Sector 7 case, and Pan American World Airways v. United States, 371 U.S. 296, 312 N. 19, 1963, FTC's remedial authority under Sector 5 to effect structural reorganization. When divestiture alone was insufficient to restore competitive conditions, the court ordered additional relief, such as the incorporation of new enterprises. See United States v. United Fruit Co., 1958 Trade Cases at Para. 73.790, EDLA, and United States v. Peabody Coal Co., 1967 Trade Cases, Para. 84,376, ND IL. 475 See United States v. General Motors Corp. ETAL, Civ 18895, ND Ohio, 1945, Ball Bearings, United States v. Brake Lining Manufacturers A88 Authiation, 3 separate complaints all filed in SDNY on August 21, 1947, CR 126-205, Clutch Facings, CR 126-206. Brake Linings and Clutch Facings, CR 126-207, Brake Linings. 178 United States v. EI DuPont de Nemours & Co., 366 U.S. 316, 1961. 477 United States v. General Motors Corp., ND Ohio, 1968 Trade Cases at Para. 72,356 478 United States v. General Motors Corp., E.D. Mitch, 1965 Trade Cases at Para. 71,624. 470 On December 28, 1964, the government's motion to null pros equi the criminal suit was granted. Subsequently, on June 2, 1967, the government's motion to dismiss the civil action was granted. 480 See Note 264 Supra. On October 16, 1972, Senator Edward M. Kennedy asked the Attorney General of the United States to initiate an investigation of General Motors' involvement in metropolitan transportation. He based his request upon a legal memorandum prepared by attorneys Theodore W. Keel and Bradford C. Snell. More specifically, he 461 ID 103 stated that General Motors' common control of automobile, bus, and locomotive production would seem to constitute a serious conflict of interest and a continuing violation of the antitrust laws. He noted that the large numbers of cars displaced by a single bus or train naturally discouraged General Motors from selling improved bus and rail equipment. In sum, our bus and locomotive industries are entrusted to an automobile manufacturer which may profit from their decline. He concluded by recommending that the Attorney General either reopen the earlier cases brought against GM's control of bus and locomotive production or file a new suit under the anti-merger provisions of the Clayton Antitrust Act. Letter to Attorney General Richard G. Kleindienst, dated October 16, 1972. No substantive reply has been forthcoming from the Department of Justice. 481 United States v. Yellow Cab ETAL, 332 U.S., 1947, 218. The Department of Justice, however, has obtained structural relief against Chrysler's proposed acquisition of Mack Trucks, United States v. Chrysler Corp., CIR. 9 NDIND filed 1938, and against Ford's acquisition of Autolite, United States v. Ford Motor Co., Civ 21911 ED Michigan filed 1961. 452 This dichotomy emerged from interviews with the Antitrust Division attorneys. Olio were involved in GM litigation during the period 1946 to 1973. 483 Confidential interviews 1972 to 1973, with former Department of Justice officials. 484 126 F sub 235, ND Ill, 1954. 445 Confidential interview of July 5, 1972, with former Department of Justice official. 456 Confidential interview of July 7, 1972, with former Department of Justice official. 57 Confidential interview of August 3, 1972, with former Department of Justice official. 188 Confidential interview of December 4, 1972, with former Department of Justice officier. 480 in re-grand jury investigation, General Motors Corp. 174 F sub 393, 395, SD. NY, 1959, confidential interview with former Department of Justice official on to CM. Ver 11, 1972. 196 All Street Journal, October 31, 1967, at p. 1. 191 Internal Department of Justice Memorandums. 492 Internal Department of Justice Memorandums. 493 See Notes 65 and 153 Supra. 194 Confidential interview of July 6, 1972, with former Department of Justice official. 495 See example Antitrust reorganizes for more action, Business Week, November 10, 1973 at 142. 196 Department of Transportation, National Highway Traffic and Safety Administration, Summary Description of All Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards, September 1973. 497 e.g., the Advanced Automotive Power Systems Development Division of the Office of Air Programs, within the Environmental Protection Agency, is currently engaged in the development of low-pollution automotive engines. 498 for fiscal year 1973, UMTA and FRA received $506 million for research, development, and production of buses, rail transit cars and trains. See Note 409 Supra. 499. UMTA Press Release UMTA 72-66, August 15, 1972. 500. The prospect of nationalization is not remote. Several Western European nations have nationalized substantial segments of their economy, including, in certain cases, the manufacturing sector. Great Britain is currently contemplating an extensive program of nationalization. Some countries have chosen to nationalize rather than reorganize their industries. The concentration of control over ground transportation and other vital areas of economic activity in one firm, Fiat, for example, has prompted the Italian government to nationalize what remains of the economy in an effort to achieve a position of countervailing power. As a result, Fiat reportedly controls 40% of Italy's industrial base, including 80 to 90% of its automobile, bus, and locomotive production, and the government controls most of the remainder. In retrospect, the Italians' decision to seek countervalence through nationalization rather than deconcentration through industrial reorganization may not be workable. When the government ordered Fiat to control the pollution emitted from its myriad factories, for instance, Fiat reportedly threatened to move to Yugoslavia and to bring down the government. As a result, the government retracted its demand. Recently, the clamor for nationalization has increased in this country. Some prominent men now suggest that the only way to resolve the nation's ground transportation crisis is through public ownership. See, for example, Commoner, Trains into Flowers, Harper's, December 1973, at 78-86, an argument for the nationalization of America's railroads. Presumably, if nationalization of these transport services were undertaken and it failed to correct our imbalanced ground transportation system, a very likely possibility, others would propose nationalization of those industries responsible for producing ground transport equipment, the automobile, truck, bus, and rail industries. Already, the Federal Trade Commission considers the auto industry a public utility. The Commission believes it is clear that, in present-day America, the automobile industry is no less a public utility than the other transportation industries. Effective action must be taken, at every level of government, to bring quality control and performance standards to this public utility industry. FTC Report on Automobile Warranties, February 1970, p. 124. With due regard to this nation's commitment to free enterprise, industrial reorganization is arguably and preferable alternative. See generally, the Industrial Reorganization Act, S. 1167, 93 DCONG, 1st Sess. March 12, 1973, and the accompanying statements of its author, Senator Philip A. Hart, in the Congressional Record, July 24, 1972, at $11,494 et seg. These statements were made at the time the same bill was filed in the 92 DCONG 2 D Sess.